Chapter 321. Infernal Path 3. 5. Heavenly demon Seo Baekyang, formerly known as Baekyang, had an unspeakable secret. That is, she had shown mercy to the Martial Alliance leader. In the martial world, he was the unparalleled White Path, called a once-in-a-generation genius by the Namgung family, and a man who raised his reputation from a young age with acts of chivalry and eccentric deeds. Is this the extent? The master had shown mercy. Snow fell. Namgung unbroke through the whirlwind of snowflakes. Even if a blizzard raged near Namgung, it simply melted away. Fierce internal energy was burning in Namgung UNS muscles. So this is it. Snow fell. In the master's drooping eyes, the sight of snow falling on the world. A flake of snow sticking to the forehead of the Martial Alliance leader and then melting away. Chong. Chong. The scene of thousands of righteous and demonic factions clashing with swords was fully reflected. The righteous demonic Great War. Everyone sensed the destruction of the world and poured their last strength into this battlefield. But only one person. The master alone. I was the only one not out of breath. To think he tries so hard to defeat me. Kang. As I caught the axe thrown by Namgung, I felt pity. He's sincerely earnest, upright, purely swinging his martial arts to defeat me. His axe carries heartfelt feelings towards me. I knew, had heavenly demon Seo Baekyang not been born, Namgung would have stood as the unparalleled under heaven. He might have been praised as the greatest of all times. The Martial Alliance leader Namgung was indeed the greatest rival I could face. To wish for more would be greed. I don't want it to end. Why is it that one can't naturally cut through the heavens with talent alone, yet by effort alone, one can possess a skill unmatched by anyone? I don't want it to end. Is there no one else? The opponent for whom I can be greedy. Namgung, Bu Wulsun. Can't you be that person? If only you were a bit stronger. I would have gladly given my life to you. I don't have the courage to lie and feign a match. Snow fell. I don't plan to lie to myself and satisfy my life. Tick. To whom can I belong if I haven't lied to anyone? Not even once? It's tedious. No. Is it? It's lonely. Tick. That day, heavenly demon Seo Baekyang did not cut down Martial Alliance leader Namgung. She couldn't. Master couldn't bring herself to cut down the neck of the one who had come all that way for her, to respond to the righteous demonic Great War. Indeed, to the one who hadn't walked the path of self, Master couldn't offer her own neck either. A life with no way out. Master, perhaps, sensed when the first day of the righteous demonic Great War was merely postponed, that this winter might last forever. The skill cannot find the target's alias. However, the skill cannot find the target's true name. Tedious and boring as life may be, the skill cannot find the target's appearance. Certainly. Gongja, you will come for me. Master sang. Reproduction failed. With a blossoming smile. Substituting data required for implementation. Tick. 6. I blinked my eyes. Did you come? Blinking, in front of me was Bei Hurayong. A slightly longer-haired and thinner sword emperor than I remembered was sitting cross-legged, resting his chin on his hands. Sword Emperor Nim? I was slightly startled. Yes. So you appear in traumas too? I mean, you originally did, but ever since becoming B-grade, it's been rare. Huh? I have a body? I felt around my body. It wasn't Raviel's body. It wasn't Master's body. Nor was it anyone else's body, so I felt around this body, which should have been familiar to me, as if I was touching it for the first time in decades. TSK. Bei Hurayong watched me fumble around with an amused look. You're making quite the fuss. Why? It really feels like I've lived for over 20 years. Just maintaining a sense of self is an incredible feat besides. Where are we? Who knows? Bei Hurayong chuckled. Probably still in the middle of your skill activation. You must be continuously seeing traumas. Then does this mean in your trauma? I didn't foster something like trauma. I looked around. Just as Bei Hurayong said, there was nothing here. Really nothing at all. Like a waiting room one stays in before entering a stage, a space that seemed endlessly spread out like a white canvas. There, in a place that couldn't even be considered the center, Bei Hurayang sat quietly holding just a single sword. Why? What are you looking at? No, it's just your legs. I pointed at Bei Hurayang's legs. The legs that were usually a bit blurry were now distinctly visible. Not just the legs, but your whole body is vivid. Your voice too. What could it be? The simple. Bei Hurayang twirled the hilt of his sword. Probably, in your trauma, a living image of me is being reproduced. However, as I said, since I don't have any trauma, I wonder if it's weirdly reproduced like this. Specifically, I remember being brainwashed by some perverted constellation, chasing after him shouting, Gongja.
Gongya.
But my memory of about a day's worth is vague. How about you? Do you remember, craziness is abundant, so this year will also be a hit? Yes, there was such a time. Finally, a sense of reality returned. Right? Starting with the trauma, I went through half of Raviel's life and the Master's half-life once each. As if I had dreamt for a very long time. I thought I was seeing your trauma this time. Were you expecting it?
Sorry.
I've been enjoying life, you see. There was a time when I was 4 years old. I stole dumplings and got caught by a shopkeeper, beaten to a pulp. But even then, I chewed on dumplings while getting hit. Getting hit wouldn't turn the dumplings in my stomach back into merchandise. Right? So you could say it was a victory for me. I've known nothing but victory since I was 4. You never mind. Let's not talk. So, I remember whispering, terror be gone, death stay far away. But what happened? Dude, talk to me. That's how I can give you advice or not. I told him about everything I had experienced. Bei Hurayang listened to my story with a smile in his eyes, still leaning his elbows on his knees, tilting his chin in a cocky pose. Zombie. As soon as the story ended, Bei Hurayang casually said, How do you use Infernal Heaven's demonic art? Excuse me? Infernal Heaven's demonic art. The demonic arts of your cult. How do you use it? Cult indeed. How do I use it? I just use it. Really? Interesting. Hunger varies from person to person. Take, for example, the sort of starvation. Some starve because they can't eat millet rice. Others starve because they can't eat hamburgers. Are the two the same? The farmer's hunger? The hunger of an adult and a child? How do you just lump all hunger together and use the sort of starvation? They're the same. I immediately answered. That would have been a question for when I was just about to awaken to the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. I was no longer naive enough to be played by such questions. Being the same doesn't mean being identical from start to finish. It's enough if the context is the same. It hurts because something couldn't be eaten. Here, something could be millet rice or arugula pizza. It doesn't matter. So, right? Bei Hurayang's eyes narrowed slightly. That's how one person can understand another, right? Yes. The trauma you're experiencing now is the same. Tick. I blinked. What? The understanding between people. Having gone through the same thing. It doesn't mean being the same person in the same situation at the same time and in the same place experiencing the same event. Different people. Different situations. Different times and different places, but still when it's the same event. That is understanding. Bei Hurayang hummed. You can't see us past. Why? Because there's no name.
No coordinates.
Even the appearance is lost. How can you peek into the life of someone who can't be called by anyone? Can't be seen by anyone. But we know that he failed. His life must have been riddled with failure. You can tell by looking at the Universal Sovereign skill. Once, twice, he used Universal Sovereign on someone other than you, but now there's no one by his side. Bei Hurayang whispered. He was betrayed. Even though the Sword Emperor's mouth was quite far away, it felt as though he whispered right into my ear. Gongja, do you really need to know who was betrayed by, under what circumstances, when, and where to finally say you understand his trauma? Betrayal is betrayal. Disappointment is disappointment. Thus, your betrayal can be my betrayal, and even though you are you and I am me, we can still call it understanding. Correct. Originally, that was the teaching of infernal heavens. Your master said the same, didn't she? The doctrine of shadows. Right. I finally nodded. Why I couldn't peek into S past, why I had to watch half of Raviel's and the master's life, I understood. The trauma experienced by that constellation and the most similar cases were reproduced. Undoubtedly. Must have trusted someone at the beginning. It wasn't satisfactory, but still, he must have expected that with this person. Universal Sovereign could be used to create plenty of fun quests and happy stories, or at the very least, imagine a fresh world for him. But he was betrayed. Just as Raviel was betrayed by the Prince Ramen Noodle. It's tedious. And Raviel were different people in different situations at different times and in different places, but the depth and angle of the wound from the first betrayal were the same. Therefore, it's tedious. S past was replaced with Raviel's past. And after that, the constellation trusted someone again. The second contractor. After the first betrayal, the constellation grew a bit. This time, he didn't choose a contractor just because this person seems fresh. He chose someone who was clearly the best of the era. Clearly the most talented of this age with outstanding imagination. With this person, perhaps a series of truly enjoyable quests could continue. But it wasn't enough. Just as Martial Alliance leader Namgung-un was, by a hair's breadth, insufficient for the master. It's lonely. The second contractor must have been outstanding. Under the effect of Universal Sovereign, the contractor would have expanded the wings of imagination. Just as I had imagined, if you imagine a village there, a village appears. If enemies are needed, enemies appear. Yet, it's lonely. Couldn't be completely satisfied with the imagination unfolded by him. Nobody. No. Most have never experienced death. Somehow, I felt like I knew why the constellation hadn't been satisfied. One can imagine the sea, whether it's in detail or blurry. But can you imagine yourself, just before drowning in the sea, floundering, gasping for air, with seawater forcing its way down your throat? That sensation, that pain? The answer is simple. If you haven't experienced it, you don't know. Perhaps the other contractors couldn't properly imagine their own crisis. Their own deaths, the truly life or death moments, they couldn't properly imagine them. Because, my goodness, how can you? How can you imagine pain so well? Since said so. How can you imagine it so vividly, to this extent? Have you ever felt your bones melt? Have your veins ever burnt up? How do you know such pain to reproduce it under my power? He had said. Bei Hurayong nodded. Yes, your thoughts are probably right. The betrayal by the first contractor. The disappointment of the second contractor. Thus, finally chose me as the third contractor, the last caster of Universal Sovereign, the last follower he wanted to accompany him to his disappearance. Then there's only one mystery left. What's that? You. I turned my gaze. Sword Emperor. My eyes directly met Bei Hurayong's. Looking at the Sword Emperor, manifested in living form. Universal Sovereign was used only twice, excluding me. Those were replaced by the traumas of two people. But why are you here? Why are you, as the third replacement for the trauma, here in this place where there's nothing? Who are you? The corners of the Sword Emperor's mouth lifted. There's nothing here? I see quite a lot. In the Sword Emperor's eyes, a young man with black hair was reflected. You're here, Kim Gongja. You must have become the third trauma. Tick. I'm like a ghost that's hitched a ride on you, so I was implemented as a bonus. No. Since we plotted together against, maybe that's why I was implemented along. Anyway, you're here. Tick. Just as your love waited for you, and your master waited for you, Kim Gongja. The wound that this constellation draws thirdly might be the wait for you. Perhaps that's the only wound. The rest is secondary. Tick. Now, as the day turns, a wound that neither I nor the constellation knows, only you will remain. Go. Trauma manifestation complete. This is the best I can do for you, partner. The sense of self of the target has been maintained. Think more about how you'll live. Ending the penalty. And then, The world surrounding me shattered into pieces. Chapter 322. 1. You are regressing 24 hours back. Tick. Somewhere, the second hand seemed to move. Then, Gongja Nim. Where shall we head to this time? We have quite a few options. We could directly attack the headquarters of the demonic cult. Or, taking a break by returning to the city is another method. I looked around, slowly, as if savoring this world. Terror be gone, death stay far away. There was one entity that didn't need to be savored first. Bei Hurayong was reciting the world's most nonsensical verse with a sullen expression. His tone was full of annoyance and boredom. I made eye contact with Bei Hurayong. As soon as our eyes met, Bei Hurayong shut his mouth. Instead, his eyebrows raised slightly. Right? Bei Hurayong smirked. In no time, his annoyance turned into acceptance, his boredom into understanding. As if looking at an inevitable nuisance, Bei Hurayong shrugged his shoulders. Welcome back. Yes. There was no further conversation, neither from Bei Hurayong nor me. Even if I had glimpsed into the trauma of and regressed a day, I was still under the influence of Universal Sovereign. The constellation was exerting its power on me. Words that would interfere with were automatically filtered out. Just like before, memories would be erased and distorted. It's better to speak less. If possible, even thoughts. Without harboring any hostility towards, I just continued to look around. The constellation was grinning ear to ear. If we go to the city, that's right. So far, Gongja Nim has subdued many evil spirits. The city residents, who have been troubled by the pseudo-cults, might welcome you quite a bit, beyond the shoulder of the constellation. They might be weak and cowardly, but they will not forget the grace of Gongja Nim. Tick. A wall clock was turning its second hand. Only then did the true appearance of this world come into my sight. There were no dense forests here. No 12 great evils either. No blood demon, god demon, white demon, or mad demon ruling the hidden and visible sides of the world, and neither were there any pseudo-followers of them. There were no headquarters of sects holding vast secrets, no cities, no villages, no streets, hence, not even a small clothing store. Tick. Just one wall clock. While Gongja Nim is pondering which choice to make, a moment ago, near the destroyed headquarters of the White Demon sect, an old man approaches. He recognizes you. No, it seems like he specifically followed Gongja Nim here. A shabby attic room. Space barely 4 pyong large. Wooden floor tiles were filled with dust in every crevice. It was dilapidated. The floor seemed coated with dust rather than bleach, shining faintly white. There was a window, but no outside, only the incandescent light illuminating the room day and night. In the vague light, particles of dust fluttered. Too small and too faint to replace petals, the dust, taking up most of the attic, fell on the bookshelf and disappeared. Wall clock, wooden floor, window, bookshelf and dust. This was the 60th floor stage, the entirety of this world. The old man says, are you the Death King? I am not a suspicious person. I was just a common hunter, enslaved and forced to labor by the White Demon sect until now. Lastly, the constellation had no face. Not to say it had no head. Just where a face should be, in its place, as if a child had playfully scribbled with a crayon, it was distorted in black. Or, it was either a window without an outside or bars that imprisoned the outside. There are many others in the same situation as me. O Death King, I'm truly ashamed to ask, but if you ever find the time, would you visit our slave village? It would be a chance to offer our thanks. We would like to have you over at least once. Tick. The only thing left on the face of the constellation, painted in black ink, was the corner of the mouth. The small lips moved slightly, sometimes forming a smile, sometimes firmly closed, earnestly mimicking the old man's tone. Please do come to visit us. Even though there were no eyes or nose, it looked happy. The constellation was happy now. All right, the speech ends. The old man checks your complexion. Perhaps he has not told you everything about their circumstances. Gongja Nim, what will you do now? Swoosh. Just as the constellation was about to raise its voice, a burst of light spread next to the chair I was sitting on. Emerging from the light was a hunter whose identity was unknown. The hunter looked around with a slightly bewildered face. Where is this? The corners of the constellation's mouth turned down. It looked just like a child, who was busily building a sandcastle in a playground, getting interrupted. Right, congratulations. You've cleared the 60th floor. What? What do you mean, what? It means there's nothing more for you here. The constellation waved its hand in annoyance. Get lost. Then, the burst of light wrapped around the hunter again. The hunter disappeared wrapped in light before he could even react. Really, these types who interrupt the flow midway are the most annoying. The constellation sighed. Gongjanim.
Don't worry.
You will forget everything that just happened. Anything that interferes with our story between the two of us gets automatically deleted. Is that so? That was someone who cleared the 59th floor and came up here. I realized what was happening. After the magic tower collapsed by our hands, the number of challengers aiming for higher stages has noticeably increased. Some of them would have reached the 60th floor by now, and others are on their way. The hunter who briefly appeared in this world was exactly such a case, and is granting them a pass no matter what. As soon as the hunters arrive, it acknowledges their stage clearance and then drives them away. That hunter's memory must have been distorted. He probably thinks he had a plausible adventure on the 60th floor, received a plausible quest, and successfully completed it. Even the Sword Emperor had incorrect memories about the 60th floor. Needless to say, the same would be true for other hunters. Without a doubt, this attic room has become a sanctuary exclusively for us two. What? Shall we refresh the mood? The constellation spoke brightly. As the silence without a reply grew longer, a nervous aura enveloped the old man's face. Still, as someone who has stayed on the 60th floor for quite a while, it seems like the luxury of managing expressions has long vanished. The old man. Bait. The constellation paused. After seeing the constellation pause, I finally realized that I had reached out and stroked its head. It works, I murmured. Even if you've lost your form, you can still be touched. That's a relief. The lips of the constellation parted slightly. A stuttering like a music box with a broken spring. As if not understanding what was happening at all, the constellation shook its head once, twice, left and right. A noise buzzed in my head. I could now understand that this was the message from the tower notifying me of the constellation's power manifesting. About the constellation that had no name and whose coordinates had vanished, the tower tried to notify its existence, even if just through a buzzing noise. Had it been before the regression, I too would have forgotten the memory of just now. But somehow I haven't lost anything now. The times I spent half a life with Raviel and Master, the conversations with Bei Hurayong in a white space, and even the incident where an unknown hunter was mercilessly expelled as soon as they arrived, I remembered them all vividly. What? The constellation was flustered. Why? How? This shouldn't be happening. It was futile. It was also meaningless. No matter how much the constellation exerted its power, no matter how much it requested oblivion through a skill, my gaze remained unchangingly fixed on the constellation's face. Unchanged. The face of the constellation, smeared with and was reflected in my eyes. The shabby 5 Pyong attic room remained a world of 5 Pyong, and the wall clock was still just a wall clock. The situation where Universal Sovereign erased or interfered with my memories did not occur. Nor did my hand, placed on the head of the constellation, retreat. Why is this? Because I don't feel any hostility towards you right now, I said. There's no chance I will harm you. I have no intention to ruin you, nor do I wish to shatter your joy. I am harmless. You must have been praying using Universal Sovereign to exclude any being or event that disrupts our playtime. Thanks to that, anything that could obstruct our time together, even the slightest voice or thought, could be eradicated. Stroking. My hand groped the head that had lost its face. Something had been deprived and vanished, only traces remained. There should be creases unique to each person, but even those marks were invisible on the constellation. At the very least, I hoped my touch would prove that something had been there. However, your wish does not reach me. No, it does reach me, and that's why it cannot further damage my memories. The skill would judge that maintaining my memories rather than erasing them is, for your sake. What? I wish for you to be happy. The constellation's movement halted. Have I become hope for you? I continued speaking. Has no one satisfied you for thousands of years? Walking through life, having discarded your original name and even your original face. Yet there was no voice that fully reached you. Have you lived like that? I didn't come here to be meaningful to you. Yes, I can't lie. I've forgotten most of what you told me. To me, a human, you still have no name, and you will continue to be nothing more than noise whose location I can't even determine. However, if you choose to make me a meaning today, if that's the case, I will dedicate today to you. You're not perfect. The skill is activating. When you first sought a contractor and gave faith, even in the moment of giving faith, you must have known you'd be betrayed. Surely you have your faults too. You are designated as a target of Universal Sovereign. So you're a bit rash. The skill is operational. Probably the kind of person who regrets things soon after starting them, gets deflated, but still can't give up their own pleasure and continues to challenge humans. Tick. A small crack appeared in the black paint smeared on the constellation's face. A gap opened. Your eyes might be slightly sharp, right? The Death King exerts a skill. The eyes I imagined, the tips of the eyebrows, peeked through the opened gap. My imagination was realized exactly as it was by Universal Sovereign. The hair perhaps green. Tick. I touched his eyebrow, because it seems you'd have a lot of jealousy. Tick. The black ink cracked a little more. Within the broken shell, the luster of emeralds was hidden. It's no use. Tick. I've already lost it all. My name, my face. No matter how much Gongja Nim Death King tries to search, how can you find what is not there? Then I will imagine it until it is found. Tick. I will give you silver hair. I'll imagine black hair. See the appearance I've imagined in a mirror, confirm it, and then tell me. Yes. Or, no. Not just the hair but also the eyes, the ears, the nose, everything. The skill is operational. Summoning countless colors and countless shapes, one by one, to carve them out. Someday what was once you will be found. Your name too. J, Na, Da, Ra. Pronouncing every letter. Surely the sound that was your name will echo. The skill is operational. I will find it. Tick. I will find it for you. One more layer of black husk crumbled. Eyes. The constellation's pupils were gray. Chapter 323. 2. I have heard your wish. Every wish comes with a price. First, I will take your name. Second, I will take your face. Third, let me take your fear. If that's all right with you, and if you still think it's okay, please, may luck be with you. 3. Silence flowed between the two of us, but the nature of the silence was different. I closed my mouth to wait for an answer, while the constellation bit their lips, not knowing how to respond. The now with emerald hair and gray eyes slowly exhaled. However, I don't know either. The breath was poisonous. I can't remember what I looked like. Even if the Death King says he will find me, that's just impossible. What tone I used, what clothes I wore, whether I could wear them, I myself can't recall. How can you find something that does not exist? The breath murmured so, for a long time, spewing the poison that had pooled in the lungs. I can't find myself, because I abandoned myself. Death King cannot find me either. Yes, I nodded. Finding the original you might be difficult. Even if you think you found it, there's no guarantee it's the right one. It's like planting a red flag claiming you found the South Pole in the middle of a snowfield without any equipment. Yes, so. But you don't need your original self. I caressed the constellation's cheek. Tick. The skill is operational. A white outline appeared. The smudging peeled off and crumbled. Another bar shielding the constellation shattered. Finding your original self, I don't think that will make you happy. Why do you think so, Death King? You abandoned it, didn't you? There must have been a reason. I smiled slightly. I don't know where you were born. In the distant past, during your childhood, what you went through, what hurts you received. What embarrassing things you did. Those trivial matters, I don't know, couldn't even be seen as trauma. No skill could possibly reveal it. However, I know what you like, how much you like it. You love adventures. Breaking through enemies with the people you choose, experiencing hair-raising dangers, embracing true pain to leap over death, and continually moving forward in life. Enough to give up your original name and face to achieve it. You are like me. Using your last third wish, you're okay with losing your existence. Then, please choose the face you want to show me. I will see you as you wish to be seen by me. I will see what you show me. What else matters? You are like me. You like adventures. Chasing what you like, you've discarded needlessly heavy burdens and come this far. Tick, you haven't lost yourself. Tick, you've come here trying to find the self you want. Everyone is on a journey. In a 5-pyong room lies an infinite desert. Flinch. The constellation shuddered once and looked at me. The skill Universal Sovereign activates. Yes, I am now borrowing the power of Universal Sovereign to right the world. Just as the constellation in front of me had brainwashed me. This time, I become this child's constellation, showing the world. A single fox cub. In the desert where it was born, with nothing to drink or play with. The hills would flow away and valleys fill up as the wind blew through the night. And with each passing day, what was lost was home. Not every child of the desert is able to love themselves from the moment they are born. Only the night sky. The constellation looked up. The skill is operational. With the will of Universal Sovereign imbued in my imagination, a vast night sky unfolded above the heads of us both. Even in a barren desert, if you look up, stars are scattered all around. It's okay. I whispered. Children with no landmarks in their birthplace have no choice but to walk with the night sky as their map. I want to deceive you. In the world I imagined, the journey of a young fox begins. All that can be heard by pricking one's ears is the sound of the desert sand rustling, drying up. Only the dry wind, accumulating sand in its heart. The fox walks. It's okay. The fox walks with nothing to itself. The food is never satisfying. Always. Everything that grows in the desert always contains sand. So when you bite, grains of sand stick to the lips. No matter how much you eat, the thirst is never quenched. Surely something accumulates in what was once an empty heart. But it is not the starlight of the night sky, but the dry sand. Wondering, have I become the desert? Am I becoming the desert? The grains of sand that cover the world are countless and infinite, forming the Ganges of all that have died on this land so far, and the Kodis of those who will die from now on. But am I just one grain of sand being added to the already infinite sand? Kodi is a Sanskrit term meaning 10 million. Here it simply means millions. The desert is still a desert. Wherever you look, there are only traces of death. Everyone is dying. With nothing else to eat, the fox chooses a cactus. Because it's thirsty. Sometimes, when traversing the desert, cacti stand like telephone poles. The child knows there's water inside. Water, the only comfort to wash away the thirst like death. The thorns are well formed. To protect a handful of water in this sand hell, how many thorns have you grown? The fox plucks the cactus while sobbing. It's barefoot. Thorns pierce the soles of its feet. The blades graze its toes. Blood flows. The skin is pierced. But if it doesn't drink, it feels like it will die, so the fox cuts the flesh of the cactus. I'm sorry. It sucks up every last drop of water.
I'm sorry.
Thorny water. The fox is quenched. For a while, it seems able to walk a bit more. But its throat hurts. A sharp thorn is stuck. The young fox has paid the price. The cactus did not forget to take revenge on the beast that drank itself. After drinking the first water, and then the second, the fox realizes. Maybe I am the one making the desert? The fox, with its nose buried in the flesh of the cactus, suddenly looks up at the sky. The sun hurts. It always wondered why the world was a desert, curious where the desert came from. Perhaps because the sun was hot. Maybe the next sinner in this desert after the sun is me? Ah, I have killed many cacti. Ah, I have cursed the cacti, asking why they couldn't be an oasis. Ah, ah. To those who grew thorns just to protect even a handful of water, why did you hurt the soles of my feet? I broke the black thorns. Those thorns were merely blackened because the blood had hardened. When I walk the sandy path, the corpses of thorns lie strewn. The desert becomes even more of a desert. No, no, Death King. I am Sting. The fox's throat hurts. No, I did nothing wrong. I ate too much sand. I swallowed too many thorns. But that was all there was. Yes. Please save me. Someone please save me. There is nothing here. I too have nothing. Yes. The only thing my feet have become accustomed to is breaking thorns. Now, even when I drink from a cactus, my feet don't get hurt, if that's something to be proud of. Not bleeding. A sign of adulthood. Sometime I found myself adept at surviving in this desert. I hate it. I've also become accustomed to drinking water. The trick is not to cut the cactus completely. There's no need to pull out all the thorns. Just 1 or 2. At most 3. Then, just slightly peel the skin where the thorns have been removed and drink the juice. Just a little. A very slight pleasure. I don't get hurt. The cactus doesn't die. There are no criminals, no corpses. I hate it. Just thirsty. An unquenchable thirst grows little by little inside me, until it becomes as big as a heart. Some nights I vomited. What was poured out from the heart was not blood, but sand. I loathe it. Even the things I thought were stars in the night sky. Looking back, they were already dead sands. Shining sand illuminated by the sun. Both this desert and the night sky were just graves. After walking through the desert for thousands of years, the fox that came to gaze upon a starlight, slowly let out a breath. I hate this world. The breath was poisonous. It's tedious. Boring.
No, meaningless.
Why? Why is there no meaning? How can you laugh? What's fun? There's nothing. It's lacking. Actually, everything is lacking. Why are you here? Why keep staying there? How? In this utterly nothingness-filled world. Why do I have nothing?
Gongya.
Dot. Click. Uses a skill. Gongja, you will make me happy. Won't you? Suddenly, an oasis spread out at the feet of the fox. Right? The mirror of the desert. The unscarred white sand beach gets wet, turning white. With every wave, the sand grains click, click, quietly rustle. I didn't answer the fox right away, walking from the middle of the oasis, wading through the shallow water, crossing the water that barely covers the ankles. I went around to the back of the fox. Yes, I grabbed the fox's shoulder. It's okay to drink me. Slightly, I exerted strength in my hand. The fox naturally lowered its head when its shoulder was grasped from behind. Water surface. If you wake up today and take a sip, I will bring that much water while you are asleep. Day after day until the day I dry up. In the mirror of water so transparent it seems to shatter upon touch, the fox is reflected. The face of the fox is reflected. Even the fur color shining like gold. And the eyes that have turned gray. Even that. So, I held the fox's back, supported its shoulder, and whispered in its ear, "Please tell me your name. Please let me see you. Your face. Tell me the face you want to show me and the name you wish to be pronounced by me. Decide on them, then, for as long as you wish. It's okay for you to drink and live off me." Drip. Fell from the fox's face. It was black ink that flowed. I lied to you. The part where the ink fell turned pitch black. The oasis became slightly murkier because of that. But the water was still clear enough to swallow the ink shed by the fox and reflect its face transparently. Yes. Fortunately, I brainwashed you. I shattered your memories. I tore apart every voice that reaches you, and cut off every touch that comes your way. Yet you to me, I told you it's okay. I stroked the head of the young fox. My daughter is a devil king who has killed me hundreds of times. I could stroke without a single lie. My son is a warrior who challenges me to a duel whenever he is bored. It was also fortunate that I could do so. My lover has stabbed my heart with a knife and killed me. Brainwashing? Memory manipulation? Sorry, but that's nothing compared to that. I smiled. I don't hate someone just because they've harmed me. Silence flowed between us. After a while, the fox spoke. But the person named you Suha. Can we talk about that later? It would be even better if we don't talk about it at all. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me your name. Silence flowed again. But the direction of the silence was different. My name is... I closed my mouth to wait for an answer, and the fox bit its lip, not knowing how to respond. The young fox, now with golden fur and gray-colored eyes, slowly let out a breath. The fox's lips reflected on the water surface moved slightly. Only for you, perhaps. The fox pondered over the 7 syllables it could choose, about the 7 blanks the world allowed it, and suddenly looked down at its gray-colored eyes. The fox nodded. Yes. Click. Finally, all the ink peeled off from the beautiful face of the fox. With the black ink gone, thorns vanished from the voice, and sand cleared from the heart. Only for you, the child of the desert said. I am, and music box only for you. And so it became. The music box only for you skill is activated. The desert collapsed, like an hourglass turned upside down. The sand that formed infinite horizons fell down, down, endlessly collapsing and disappearing. I will sing for the Death King. The skill is activated. As long as you wish for me, I will sing only according to the grooves carved by the Death King, becoming an instrument that no one but Gongja can play. An instrument that remembers only one music I will be. SSHHH. The golden fur settled down. So, yes. I held the fox's paw. From now on, the constellation I serve is only you, the child to become my deity. Congratulations. The music box only for you is your constellation. You are the only follower of the music box only for you. In an oasis of a desert not more than 5 payong in size, I made a pact with a gray fox. Chapter 324. A music box only for you. 3. 4. I love you, Gongja. Please go out with me. I can't do that. Damn it. The first thing I did after becoming the constellation's follower was to reject the constellation's confession. A music box only for you becomes enraged. Thump, thump. The young fox stamped on the floor with its paws, puffing angrily. For those who have never seen it, a fox playing like a mouse is incredibly cute, which means my constellation is cute. So, I'm not cute to you? No, you are cute. Am not lovely to you? You are lovely. So, you like this form I've taken, and moreover, Gongja, you want to make me happy with all your heart, without any brainwashing or manipulation involved, right? Your words just now are correct. Then that's love. The fox leaped up and grabbed me by the collar. Shake, shake. For those who have never experienced it, a fox hanging from a person's collar and whining is extremely cute. You get what I mean, right? Love me now. Love me right this moment. Give me the utmost happiness. Human. Make me happy. I wish you could understand what I mean. A music box only for you activates its skill. Universal Sovereign attempts to change your emotions. Failure. Skill conditions not met. It want work, you know God. Universal Sovereign fulfills each other's fantasies. What I'm imagining is the happiness of the constellation, and as long as that happiness is not a delusion but something I genuinely wish to be grounded in reality, no distortion will occur. In short, I wished for the fox god to be happy in reality even without the universal sovereign. Until the end of our realities, until complete death arrives. Therefore, the universal sovereign will also continue. But the fox clasped its head with both hands. Strange. The strange one is Gongja, but it feels like I'm being treated like a childish and strange constellation. Isn't it strange? If this isn't love, then what is love? What is it? You're still in your youth until you can ask that question. Have I been in my youth for thousands of years already? Damn. Spring is too long. It'll suffocate on pollen before summer even arrives. God, your speech has become a bit rough. Though you're cute enough to punch the cheeks of the universe's cuties a few times over. But don't you think there's something a little off about the way you speak? Isn't there something more fox-like? A bit more fox-like in how you speak? Follower. Then do you know how a fox cries? Ming-ding-ding-ding? That's outdated. And you got the rhythm wrong too. The young fox said coldly. Foxes can make expressions too. Today, too, I, Kim Gongja, have gained a new enlightenment as the only Socrates who is climbing the tower. Indeed. Bei Hurayong suddenly sighed. The density of bullshit around Kim Zombie has thickened even more. What does that mean? Shiny tries to join the conversation, asking what that means. A music box only for you deeply contemplates the sound of a fox's cry. Really? Where did he find and gather these 36 flavored crazies? Is this even legal? Zombie, is your existence legal? To my eyes, it seems like it needs to be illegal. The small 5 Pyong, about 165 square feet, room was bustling. In that place, there were 1 person, 1 sword, 1 desert fox, and 1 ghost. It was the most perfectly racially equal 4-member party combination in history. There's no need to stay here any longer. First off, it's cramped. Peep, peep, and the fox god answered. It seemed that it had finally decided on what the cry of a young desert fox should sound like. In my opinion, it was evolutionarily off the mark and probably physiologically incorrect as well. But the fox god seemed very pleased. Peep, piak. What did you say? Piak. I could immediately understand what the fox god was saying. A music box only for you is the constellation that rules over the 61st floor. A music box only for you assigns you a quest. Before my eyes, grains of sand moved. The granules gathered to form letters. Plus, feeding quest. Constellation. A music box only for you. Difficulty, F. Mission objective. Stroke the head of the constellation you serve. However, you must stroke with all your sincerity. Plus, peep. The fox god raised its chin confidently and proudly. Yes, understood. I smiled and stroked the fox god's head. Following the path of my hand, the platinum fur rustled softly. With all my sincerity. Quest achieved. Stage clear. Perhaps, there's no hunter who has completed a quest faster than this. If this is a speedrun, then it's a speedrun. Not counting the half-lives I had to spend as Raviel and my master. Congratulations. You have cleared the 61st floor stage. And now, I was enveloped in a scene different from before. Swoosh. A sandstorm blew. It wasn't choking to breathe in, nor did it sting the eyes. It merely carried the sweet scent of desert roses, the delicate fragrance of flowers that bloomed, drinking only the dew under the sun, wafted to my nose. It's not a dazzling light. Up until now, every time I headed to the next stage, I was surrounded by white light. Maybe it's because I became a follower to the constellation. I smiled. Now a constellation who cannot use any power and has nothing else to do but be by my side. But perhaps the constellations in the night sky are originally like that. The wish I had for the constellation was already enough for me. If I could smell the scent of roses with every floor I climbed. It's nice. I drowned in the sandstorm. You will be transferred to the next stage. Tick. Listening to the sound of the wall clock left in the small room for the last time. 5. You have entered the 62nd stage. A new floor. Although in reality, I had only stayed on the 61st floor for about a week. The noise announcing my arrival was loud. The eye living in the labyrinth redetects your presence. The constellations must have been continuously tracking me. It's me who made such a spectacle on the 50th floor. Even if temporarily, I had made contracts with up to 10 constellations. Whether it was constellations I had contracted with or those I hadn't, it was difficult for them not to take an interest in my tumultuous journey. The eye living in the labyrinth notifies other constellations of your arrival. That was when my presence on the 61st floor was cut off. Due to the universal sovereign activated by the fox god, we were completely isolated, trapped in a world just for the two of us. Even the other constellations were unaware of the fox god's existence. Nor could they understand its power. Perhaps the constellations were clueless about what had happened and were just stomping their feet in frustration? And now, as if nothing had happened, I've returned. Hence the flurry of messages coming in. The eye living in the labyrinth proposes you become its official follower. The warhorse of the eternal plains offers you a follower position. The lone seeker of truth offers you a follower position. The incarnation of love and lust proposes you the position of apostle. It's been a while. Names I missed appeared one after another in the messages. I gave a bright smile to the unseen constellations. Have you all been well? The eye living in the labyrinth asks where you have been hiding all this time. I wasn't exactly hiding. The details are private, so let's keep it a secret. The incarnation of love and lust is offering you the position of apostle. Ah, right. About that. Plop. The fox god jumped onto my waist and climbed up to my back. I've already become a follower of a constellation. The fox god curled up on my shoulder. And then, it softly wrapped its tail around my neck. From a distance, it might look like I was wearing a golden scarf. Peep. The fox god rubbed its head against my cheek. The Death King is a follower of the constellation A Music Box only for you. A music box only for you politely requests other constellations not to mess with you. A deep silence enveloped the heavens. The lone seeker of truth remains silent. The warhorse of the eternal plains remains silent. The incarnation of love and lust remains silent. Only the sound of the fox god fluttering its tail with a smile flowed quietly. After a while, finally, one constellation sent a message. The eye living in the labyrinth politely asks where you've got this stray dog from. Such a good first impression. Now everyone, let's calm down a bit. A music box only for you answers out of context that it really likes snake liquor. Snake liquor? Why suddenly snake liquor? Bei Hurayong answered my question. The eye living in the labyrinth, that is, Hishmith Kritz, is a snake god. Zombie. In short, your constellation was using a racist insult against snakes. So. The eye living in the labyrinth swears to kill you. So that's why it's reacting so violently. Indeed. It seems our fox god is intent on making enemies of the other constellations from the start, ensuring they don't mess with me in any way. The incarnation of love and lust says it has never heard of a constellation like yours. A music box only for you responds that it's because your rabbit ears are rotten. It expresses sympathy for you, saying you don't have anyone to regularly clean your ears. The incarnation of love and lust swears to tear you apart. Remarkable. By any chance, Babbitt is a rabbit god. As far as I know, it takes pride in its ears being the loveliest in the universe. It laughs off insults to its parents and personal attacks, but for some reason it goes ballistic if you insult its ears. I see. To put it in more understandable terms? Bei Hurayong seriously pondered. It's like someone insulted Raviel to you? What? That's the end of it. Are you planning to destroy the world, fox god? The warhorse of the eternal plains suggests everyone calm down as they are all too excited. A music box only for you worries looking at your long face might make its own face elongate. The warhorse of the eternal plains prepares for war. This is serious. The number of forces hostile to us is growing at an alarming rate. I had no choice but to show the person who insulted Raviel the torments of living hell. If words were necessary, they would come only after delivering a hellish pain first. The constellations would probably do the same. How am I supposed to correct this misunderstanding and confusion?
No.
A constellation who manipulates the world for their own enjoyment is your god's temperament. What's there to misunderstand or mistake? Did you really think they would respect other beings? They probably consider all life in this universe as insignificant as ants, except for you. I ignored Bei Hurayong's words. They're not helpful for my mental health. Let's focus on conquering the stage for now, God. Peep. Wow. What could the 62nd floor be like? Is it dominated by a force like a magic tower?
Im curious.
So curious I could go mad. Really mad with curiosity. I'm just going crazy here. I desperately tried to divert the fox god's attention. There must be a constellation governing this stage too, right? I wonder who it is. It would be nice if this time it's someone normal and kind.
Im reali curious.
No need to be curious. A voice was heard, and you don't need to know. At that moment the ground shook. The reason for the shaking was something had plummeted from the sky. Precisely in front of me. Even more precisely, where my head would have been if I hadn't used lightness skill to evade. Kuwang. I quickly created distance between us. The place I had just escaped from was smashed to pieces again. Kwang. Kwang. As I swiftly moved, like swatting a fly with a swatter 3 or 4 times, searching for a bug, lightning-like strikes followed me. Seems you're worthy of being called a king. After 18 combined attacks, taking up about 2 seconds in time, the one who attacked me finally spoke. Death King. You're the one who killed my apostle. It wasn't a human. Though it looked human, it had gigantic tusks like horns on both sides of its forehead. Golden eyes, devoid of emotion, were fixed on me. That arrogance. Pay for it with your death. Creak. The constellation was shouldering a hammer, magnificent and seemingly too large. The ox that harvests ruins attacks you. The ox that harvests ruins. The ox that harvests ruins swears to obliterate you. In the past, Sylvia Evenale. The very constellation that the Lady of the Golden Silk revered as a god. Chapter 325. God and King 1. 1. The ox that harvests ruins is Musha. So, the blonde priest boy had once said. The heretic questioner stroked his chin. The main areas it governs are destruction and recreation. Simple but powerful. At this time, the heretic questioner was wearing a flowing dress. It was the period when he was impersonating the Lady of the Golden Silk. Therefore, not only did the heretic questioner stroke his chin, but he also flicked open a fan and waved it, though such a description would probably be irrelevant. A sanctuary, in short, reinterprets the world and brainwashes people. The Grand Library we were in just before is the same. The librarian interprets the world as a collection of stories, and there we are forced to become characters in the story. Thus, those who have their own set of rules. We defeat them with the rules we can use. The heretic questioner smiled broadly. I define this as a holy war and a star war. E.d. From chapter 113. 2. Kung. A storm that lightly swept the surroundings struck. It was a single blow. Rocks turned into rubble, gravel into a sandstorm, and with just one strike, the surrounding area was scorched. Slippery as an eel you are. The ground cracked in a checkerboard pattern. The lines of the grid creaked and misaligned. Kwang. Kuang. Each time, the ox that harvests ruins swung its hammer, the misalignment intensified, and finally, the terrain was damaged beyond recognition of its original form. Try to avoid it forever, Death King. Geogiagiak. You're not the first to try to run from me. There was one who exchanged blows with me until the moon waxed and waned 31 times. If you're planning to ask what became of him, it would be better to ask directly by yourself. The ground flipped over. As, the moment your skull shatters, you will face your predecessor. The terrain surged and the earth was in chaos. The ground was torn apart. From there, long accumulated sedimentary layers were stripped away. Musha was not just showing off its strength. Peep! The moment Fox loudly warned, the ground collapsed. Centered around where Musha and I faced off, the entire ground of this area sank. I tried to avoid it, but Kuang. Musha swung its hammer and blocked me. I had to choose whether to avoid the collapsing ground or the hammer flying at my head. It wasn't a difficult choice. Kuang. Bang, roll. As a result, I took the risk of the ground collapsing. The altitude at which the two of us were fighting and exchanging blows became lower and lower, and every time the constellation slammed the ground with its hammer, the speed of the collapse accelerated. Indeed, before long, our battlefield had turned into a coliseum. If there was a difference from the Colosseum built in Rome, it was that it did not consider the audience at all. Where the stands should have been, there were only steeply rising sedimentary rocks. Not just swinging a hammer at me, but changing the terrain to make it hard to run away. The Colosseum was an artificially created hell on earth. A place for living humans to watch and enjoy the bloodshed and massacre unfolding there. A gladiator arena without stands is then nothing more than a mere living hell. That's right, young lad. The one who had created a hell pit in a matter of minutes gripped the hammer again. Living as long as I have, one gets tired of achieving just one thing at a time. Achieving at least 2 goals simultaneously is not so much a virtue for us as it is a habit. If it's at least 2, that means it could actually be 3 or even 4. You're a quick-witted lad. The ox that harvests ruins. Musha looked up at the sky with golden hair flowing down and golden eyes. The ox that harvests ruins issues a quest to its followers. You have been designated as the target of the quest. The quest is revealed. I too raised my head following the constellation. Plus, annihilate your enemy. Difficulty, SS. Mission objective, you have killed my follower. You have killed an apostle. You severed the voice of a child I had taken in and cut off their lifeline. Is there any reason I should not wring your neck now? D. Compensate with your death. I've heard you have caught the eye of many constellations. There will be constellations who will steal and read this proclamation by any means necessary. To such beings, I say, do not interfere in this vendetta unless you are prepared to fight with me, Musha, for eternity. It is simple and clear. I wish for your death. However, you cannot participate in this quest. You are the target objective of the quest. Plus, the moment the letters were engraved in the air, tech, shadows appeared behind those characters. As many people as the letters know, perhaps even more from the opposite side of the Colosseum. From atop the high sedimentary rock formations, they leaped towards me all at once. An apostle of the ox that harvests ruins manifests. Each and every one of them. An apostle of the ox that harvests ruins manifests. All were like the lady of the golden silk. An apostle of the ox that harvests ruins manifests. An apostle of the ox that harvests ruins manifests. An apostle of the ox that harvests ruins manifests. They were apostles. Is this your third trick? Yes. They are the children who want to avenge the death of their fellow disciple. Not bad, because she's the lady of the golden silk, and a fellow disciple, hence the name Golden Silk. ED. The lady of the golden silk in Hangul aka Korean language is, where means disciple of the same teacher, thus validating Musha's earlier comment about doing multiple things at one time. Didn't I say? At this age, one aims for 2 birds with 1 stone. It's nothing to marvel at. I gripped the hilt of my sword tightly. About 200. The apostles of the ox that harvests ruins, Musha, all wielded giant hammers. Should I say their hair was also uniform? They all looked similar, whether short or long. Their hair varied in length but spanned from transparent platinum to dark golden, all fluttering golden locks. Gold sprinkled across the galaxy. I marveled at the scene unfolding above me. A meteor shower of gold was pouring down. The word Star War, once mentioned by the heretic questioner, suddenly crossed my mind. Oh! Another voice also brushed my mind. You seem quite leisurely. It was Musha's telepathy, reciting a poem with death looming over you. If I have 200 apostles following me, they are sharper than the 10,000 soldiers Mayhos commands. Death King, are you so leisurely because, like me, you've prepared several tricks? Well, the 200 apostles who jumped down were now right in front of me. I drew up my aura. With just one sword, I can swing in 2, 3, 4, 5 directions. Is there really a need to bother with additional schemes? Clash. You arrogant fool. Screech. The first to swing a hammer and collide with me was a petite warrior. She too was a chi manifester, an aura user, dressed in traditional clothing decorated with plum blossoms. Her short bangs were neatly arranged, but her elegance and tidiness did not hide the warrior's rage. How dare you wag your tongue in front of Lord Musha? I could speak using only telepathy without wagging my tongue. Shall I? They'll smash your head in. That would be problematic. Hush! Another apostle aimed for my side and swooped in, swinging a hammer. It was a combined attack. Thud! I stepped on the ground and rotated in midair like a half-moon. Then, with a kick, I struck the fingers of the short-haired warrior. TCH. Damn it! The hammer barely missed my back, grazing past. The short-haired warrior was pushed back by my kick. The two apostles clicked their tongues and cursed. Their first combined attack had failed. Shiny. Shiny responds, yes, hero. The first two who took the lead must have been the most skilled in martial arts. I estimated the average skill level of the apostles. Let's open the true names for the first time in a while. Goddess of Protection manifests the power of 5 swords. Swoosh. Apart from the sword I was holding, for swords rose from the shadows. Shadow swords, like thick blueberry jam. The shadows clung darkly to the swords as they began to circle around me. Salvation sword receives the command of the Death King. Sacrifice sword receives the command of the Death King. Prayer sword receives the command of the Death King. Compassion sword receives your command. There. The holy swords that turned Kim Yul, an ordinary student, into the progenitor of the Ejim Empire. Let's see you withstand this. I immediately swung all 5 swords at once without any delay. Be careful, the short-haired apostle shouted. That bastard is immune to the indestructible body blessing. We feel pain if we're cut too. Be careful not to get dash. If it were that easy, you fellow disciple wouldn't have lost. Screams echoed. Right? In midair, 5 paths of sword dance unfolded noisily. Ugh! Gasp! Aya! Aya! The apostles who were charging at me, those still jumping down from above, and those who were trying to press me from the front. They each grabbed their throats or clutched at their chests, screaming. You! The short-haired apostle glared at me with furious eyes. Even that warrior was holding her throat. Pain without wounds. The second power of the holy sword, namely the compassion sword, had stabbed the apostle's throat. Kook! She must be tasting the pain of having her throat pierced by now. It's impressive she can still look up at me without losing consciousness. Kung! Kuang! Around me, apostles cut by my sword were fainting from the excessive pain. The hammers they dropped from their hands fell to the ground with a heavy sound. The second most foolish thing in this world is ganging up on me, and slightly more foolish than that is doing so with a weapon like a hammer. How many can you move at once with those coffin-sized hammers? 3 at most? Kill you? How terrifying. I cut the short-haired apostle's head with the compassion sword. An invisible wound, no pain pierced right through the middle of the apostle's throat. The apostle collapsed as if her string had been cut. I want to inflict unnecessary pain on those who don't come at me anymore. Not piercing your eyeballs or tearing apart your organs is my consideration for you. However, I don't know how long my patience will last. The apostles hesitated and looked back at their god. Musha, holding the hammer, looked at me expressionlessly. You're capable enough to threaten the magic tower. The lady of the golden silk is still alive. I attempted to negotiate. It's true I cut down Sylvia. But now, Sylvia has joined my family and is working as the chief servant of the Death King family. Her life is probably happier now than when she was with you. At least it would be more comfortable. Declaring vengeance on me is misdirected. Yes, some constellations might think that way. Musha nodded. Have you ever thought about what it's like to be a god? I blinked. Excuse me? Your humans always pray for wishes. Make me rich. Make me healthy. I fulfill those wishes in exchange for your faith. SSK. As Musha spoke, the apostles one by one stepped back and reorganized their formation around me. The god is buying time while his followers regroup. I clearly saw through the trick but didn't stop it. This too was part of the negotiation. In exchange for tolerating this, Musha, the constellation, a god, willingly engages in dialogue with me. But what if I twist your wishes and fulfill them? Twisted? I fulfill the wish. However, for those who wish to be rich, I bestow a sense of satisfaction that one feels rich without earning more money. For those who wish for health, I grant a personality that is fully satisfied with the body they currently have. To be content with oneself now, to be happy, I give them a different personality, a different nature. I ask you, child who claims to be a king. The golden constellation spoke. Is that also fulfilling their wish? There are constellations who think so. Many. But I am different. If all that's needed is a lesson to live content with the present, why pray to a god at all? I only cherish those who wish upon me in the moment of their desire. Indeed, I freed Sylvia from the shackles of hatred and vengeance. That was neither a wish made to you nor to me. I guided Sylvia, who had dedicated her life to the thought of killing, towards another life. That wasn't the life she wished for. Now Sylvia would wish for her current life too. You must have brainwashed her. Is Sylvia's own will not important? The desire at the moment of making a wish to me is more important. I saved Sylvia. To me, that is the death of that child. How can a person changing be considered death? Correct. But that's the logic of your human world, not an excuse that a god should resort to. Musha raised the hammer. It was precisely the same timing as when the apostles had finished regrouping. One exception leads to 10 exceptions lead to 100 habits, and 100 habits solidify into one life. Death King. There are no exceptions in the life of a god. That child prayed to me for a wish and I accepted it. That's all. I will take back the soul of that child you have taken in. I ask you, is there room for negotiation here? Is that so? There is none. We have no choice but to fight. At that moment, Peep, the fox responded to my will. You are a follower of a music box only for you. A music box only for you assigns you a quest. Proof that I, who belong to nowhere, now stand under the constellation of Fox. It wasn't a common quest issued by the tower, nor a quest ordered by the constellation in charge of the stage, but a quest exclusively woven for me by my own constellation. Plus, the Golden God. Constellation. A music box only for you. Difficulty, S. Mission objective, defeat the ox that harvests ruins Musha, the ruler of the 62nd floor. Musha is targeting a member of your family. However, if Sylvia Evenale's allegiance is transferred to Musha, or if your allegiance is transferred, you will be defeated. Plus, the objective was simple and clear. Thus, I swung my sword without hesitation. Musha, too, without a moment's hesitation, brought down the hammer. Kung. The divine will of a constellation and my conviction collided. Chapter 326. God and King 2. My sword shadow and Musha's hammer wind intertwined. The apostles did not just stand by as the two of us frolicked. Where do you think you're going? How dare you? Think we'd just leave you be? Heretic King. Having fully prepared their stance, the apostles charged in one by one. What lurked in their eyes was neither madness nor blind faith alone. Their loyalty to the God they believe in. The rectitude of wanting to repay the blessings bestowed by their God burned fiercely in the eyes of the apostles. Remarkable, I exclaimed. But I've already warned you. And with admiration, I swung my sword. 5 blades bit into their targets like the fangs of a black snake. Left eye, right eye, vocal cords, nape of the neck, the 5 viscera and the 6 entrails. Wherever my sword passed, terrible screams followed in its wake. Places that are unbearable and beyond human tolerance to endure, those were precisely the parts pain without wounds gouged out. And it didn't stop there. I remembered the parts of the apostles I had inflicted pain upon, and every time they gritted their teeth, held back their groans, and charged again, I precisely struck the same spots. I pierced through the pierced spots, and I slashed the slashed spots again. Hayuk, ugh, ah, ah. Screams, screams, and more screams. As Musha and I engaged in a give-and-take battle, screams flowed chaotically around us. You fight with such terrifying efficiency, Musha commented. It was an assessment filled with sarcasm. I decided to return the sarcasm. It's not as efficient as being mobbed. People who insist on non-killing are surprisingly many. However, your method of combat, while not killing, inflicts pain worse than death. Perhaps the very path you take in climbing the tower is such. It's touching how you think of humans. I would have been more moved if that tenderness reached the guests at the wedding attacked by the Lady of the Golden Silk. Those were not my followers. Is that it? What? I've seen your first, second, and third strategies. Chong. I parried Musha's strike. Is it over? I charged in. Even if you are considered a shining constellation in the Milky Way, that brilliance does not stem from martial prowess. Musha attacked and I dodged it smoothly. Even if your apostles boast of martial might, it's all thanks to indestructible body. They are nothing more than those who rush in, trusting in their indestructible bodies. Therefore, they cannot stand as my opponents who can inflict pain on anyone. I swung the 5 swords all at once. Sword wind. The swords became a black storm, devastating the area.
Ag. Ach. Mutya. Nim.
The apostles let out short screams and were flung far away. Quang. Dozens were thrown against the Colosseum's walls, the sedimentary rocks. I am merely the head of a combat organization that has strived for thousands of years to embody martial prowess in the sword. There were apostles who were pushed by the sword pressure but did not fly away. They gritted their teeth and endured. Eek! Some pounded the ground with their hammers, using that force to withstand. Impressive. Especially for them, I swiftly thrust 4 swords, 1 for each. My master has once sliced the peak of a snowy mountain with a single stroke of her sword. My son and disciple has conquered the continent with just his body. My daughter and advisor split the earth with a single blow, and my family can bring down the magic tower with a single blow. Then, there were no more apostles who could endure. The constellations watching the fight hold their breath. The lone seeker of truth falls silent. The warhorse of the eternal plains falls silent. The incarnation of love and lust falls silent. In the midst of an artificially created hell, I stood proudly, looking down at the constellation that lay on the ground. Lastly, I am a descendant of the Sword Emperor. So I ask you, with a grin, is it over now? I smiled. Then please write a surrender treaty. They'll give you my pen as a souvenir. How insolent! Musha bared his teeth. I will bring about the downfall of your very existence. The golden eyes of the constellation flared. The ox that harvests ruins requests an oath from the tower. Designate sanctuary. The golden eyes turned blood-red. Approved. From this moment, this place belongs to the ox that harvests ruins. The sky turned red. He is the one who destroys and recreates. Worship him. He is the one who destroys and recreates. Worship him. The apostles thrown against the rocks, those groaning in pain on their knees, all chorused as if coughing up their last blood. He is the one who destroys and recreates. Worship him. Once again. He is the one who destroys and recreates. Worship him. The moment the apostles praised their God for the 3rd time, the ox that harvests ruins manifests its power. Crack. Bones throughout my body shattered. It was a familiar sensation, the pain of muscles and blood vessels breaking because they couldn't withstand the aura. I immediately reduced the flow of aura throughout my body, trying to adapt to this pain. But it was unnecessary. The aura, it's gone. The aura that frolicked in my veins had evaporated in an instant.
Kim Zombie.
Strength drained from my body. You've aged now. What could have been asked? What do you mean could have been retorted? Instead of spending time on questions and counter-questions, I took Bei Hurayong's words as the plain truth. I looked at my reflection on the blade. I opened my lips. Indeed, the voice that flowed from my mouth was clearly mine, yet it somehow sounded a bit worn. The sword was as clear as a mirror. So this is it. There was an old man reflected there. 3. The memories that flashed through my mind were like a broken tape that keeps playing on repeat. The ox that harvests ruins is Musha, the heretic questioner had said. He mainly oversees destruction and recreation. That memory stayed with me for a long time, not because it was a memorable imprint, but rather because it remained as an unresolved mystery. Simple yet powerful. Why destruction and recreation? Destruction was simple, understandable. The sight of the Lady of the Golden Silk swinging her hammer and striking down everything visible was the literal embodiment of a destroyer. But what about recreation? Simple yet powerful. Which of the behaviors demonstrated by the Lady of the Golden Silk fit the concept of recreation? Simple, but, and then I realized. Powerful. What in this world is both destruction and at the same time recreation? Isn't it regression, or time itself? He mainly oversees destruction and recreation. Yes, the Lady of the Golden Silk didn't need to explicitly show the fragments of recreation. The fact that Raviel escaped from a future where she became the Empress, returned to the past, and where Sylvia captured the prince's heart while posing as a mere baron's daughter, was already a life recreated. Time constantly destroys and recreates itself. After a brief recollection and quick deduction, I spoke with a voice laden with the passage of time. Handling time. This is your power, isn't it, Musha? Truly living up to the name. The golden constellation murmured. Unlike before, where there was sarcasm, this time there was genuine admiration in the voice. The sword you wield is fierce, but not as sharp as your mind. There was a reason your followers and apostles are so loyal. Yes, everything made sense. I lowered the tip of my sword and looked around. These are the ones who wished upon you, not for wealth or health but for a single desire, to return to the past. These are the humans whose wishes were fulfilled. Everyone gathered here is a returnee. Musha smiled. Indeed so. The constellation gripped the hammer tighter. In this universe, the most valuable thing akin to gold. The god who oversees time, fittingly, had golden hair that fluttered. I am the one who harvests from ruins. To those who wander among nothing but debris, I promise again the season of harvest. I am the god who brings about fruition. Heretic king. The heavens and earth tremble. I am the ruler of reincarnation and the keeper of the eons. Musha. The layers of sedimentary rock danced as if wagging their tails. Kneel. Lowly beings. The ox that harvests ruins manifests its power. Reincarnation through the eons. Your timeline will be altered. Your possibilities are fixed. Return to the ruins you came from. The world, it dies into a different landscape. If you had never met the Sword Saint, the history I walk through is shaken. If you had never met the Sword Emperor. Softly, the presence of Bei Hurayong, always snarking by my side, the appearance of the Sword Emperor, suddenly disappears. The fortunes that were granted to me, one by one, vanished, and were replaced by the possibilities of some unfortunate timeline. If you had never met the heretic questioner, if you had never met the venomous snake, if you had never met the count, if you had never met the crusader, if you had never met the black dragon witch, as if layers of sediment are being peeled away. My timeline is erased, line by line. If you had never met the goddess of protection, softly, the holy sword in my hand disappears. So do the shadows that wandered and guarded around me. If you had never met the peony that bloomed in winter, the aura pulsating in my veins subsides into nothingness. If you had never met the flame emperor, even the strength that coursed through my muscles vanishes without a trace. If you had simply aged and perished. Before long, the surrounding landscape has become desolate. If you were simply not the Death King. Ruins. Upon closer inspection, this place was the Harlem district of Babylon. Was it burned down in a fire? There were no proper buildings. As an old man, I settled in this ownerless place, pitching my tent among the decayed beams, and collecting dirty toothbrushes, tattered and yellowed paper cups, crumpled cigarette packets, and junk that couldn't even be considered antiques. Let me say it once more. But no matter how desolate the surroundings, I was not as desolate as myself. Hands that never held a sword. Feet that never climbed the tower. A heart that never got intoxicated with victory. Kneel before me. Cough. Before me, coughing weakly, stood the golden constellation, towering. Make a contract with me. Thus, return to the past before you dared to kill my child. Heretic king, renounce your throne. Abandon your pride. Acknowledge that the power of time is supreme. Then I shall forgive you. 'S a pity. I coughed and lifted the corners of my mouth. What do you mean? Are you lamenting your own arrogance? No. Peep. Somewhere, a crying sound echoed. Your power. Musha turned around. Because the first time I won in my life, at the foot of the constellation, there lay a baby fox. The first thing I killed was time. The moment Musha's eyes widened. If you had never met your constellation. Sorry. The fox spoke. There's no such if. Tick. I chose to dream of Gong.js reality. The clock turned. A music box only for you manifests its power. Tick. Universal sovereign. The universe is vast, yet not so vast that music cannot fill it. I am small, but not so small that I cannot play your song. My universe plays only for you. A sandstorm blew. The ruins, the pillars of the ruins, the antiques, all traces of this life, until not even a trace remained, were swept away into the sands of the soil and the desert of time. Musha looked around in confusion. What? My power may be insignificant, though it turned into a worthless relic by Gongjanim. At least I can protect the reality that Gongjanim walks in. The fox smiled with its eyes. Scram, long head. This person's time belongs to me. Peep. I stroked the fox wrapped around my neck like a scarf. Beside me, Bei Hurayong was still crossing his arms, and in my hand, the holy sword was still gripped, and my feet were still stepped on the 72nd floor. So it has come to this. My heart was still a heart that beats for victory. Now, with a grin, I still smiled as the me of now. Shall we finish this, Musha? Chapter 327. God and King, 3. 4. The time in hell stopped. This can't be. The artificially made Colosseum. Beneath layers of sedimentary rock, in the very center Musha. The ox that harvests ruins, with her hair disheveled like a field of golden wheat, shouted. This can't be, no way. Musha took a step forward and her hammer swung in fury. It exploded. The ox that harvests ruins manifests its power. A music box only for you manifests its power. That explosion was blocked by Fox Nim. But, if you think about it, it wasn't that such a thing couldn't be. This can't be happening. But, again, if you think about it well, it indeed wasn't the case that it couldn't be. Fox Nim narrated in a theatrical tone. Musha gritted her teeth. I am the ox that harvests ruins. That is my alias. And my true name is the eye of the typhoon that whirls in the sea of governance. Even if countless moments pass in the universe, I am like the eye of a typhoon, an absolute temporal coordinate that does not sway with any flow. Absolute temporal coordinate? What's that? There's someone called Einstein in Gong.js world. Can't you go argue with him? Stop doing this here. Death King. I know how insignificant you are. Musha glared at me with fierce eyes. As the power vanished, the vigor in Musha's eyes subsided, and Musha's eyes regained their golden hue. I know your past. From those eyes, the scent of a blazing sun was emitted. Little child, you were but a seedling with nothing. A shabby one-room, a cramped bed, portraits of idols hung on the wall like laundry. Weren't you embellishing the void with idols that seemed to have something, because you had nothing? You were a ruin, truly a ruin, because you had never achieved anything. Death King. No, before you were given the name Death King, you were indeed lacking nothing to become my follower. You were the perfect human to wish for a return. Indeed, Musha, the constellation who governs time and regression, knows everything about what kind of human I was before I entered the 4,000 days of nirvana, my entire history. Well, of course, I accepted the opponent's omniscience. If Musha didn't know my past, then the what-if world that unfolded just before wouldn't exist. Musha cornered me by manifesting her power. She brought forth a version of me that had aged without gaining anything. In that process, various hypotheses were formed by the power. What if you hadn't met the Sword Saint? What if you hadn't met the Sword Emperor? What if you hadn't met the Flame Emperor? It's possible with the Sword Saint. Just knowing me, proposing the hypothesis, what if you hadn't met the Sword Saint is feasible. But the Sword Emperor, especially the Flame Emperor, unless you know my entire past, it's impossible to even hypothesize. Then, how was it possible? How does the ox that harvests ruins know about my regressed history? Hamustra was a constellation that dealt with stories. It read the story of me as a human and figured out my regression. But how about Musha? Because Musha himself is a god dealing with time and regression? While my mind rapidly touched upon guesses and sifted through deductions, Musha, still with an angry face, shouted, "But what if your life, from the very beginning, was ruined by another regressor?" It was a statement that inevitably shattered my thoughts. What? Don't play dumb. You must have thought about it. Musha spread her arms. Why am I so unlucky? The words I had thrown out. Why can't I acquire even one skill? The words that many people had thrown. Why can't I get even a bit of a fateful encounter? Not even once a proper opportunity. I took a breath. I exhaled. If I say I never thought that way, it would be a lie. Yes, I did. Not just thoughts, but I also harbored a lot of resentment. And when the day was colored with resentment, the night was colored with alcohol. You've come this far with just one skill, Musha said, with astonishing willpower, undying spirit, and relentless passion, pouring sincerity into everything that you encountered. You finally arrived in front of me, Musha. Haven't you ever found it strange? That you, without any notable talent, have paved your way here? Haven't you ever doubted it was too miraculous? That is, you would say it's thanks to meeting good people. Musha smiled. That smile was as radiant as melted gold, and it lingered. But no, in that moment, I realized this was the final card she had prepared. Breaking the ground, creating an inescapable Colosseum, attacking with 200 apostles, using her power to age me. And if I still hadn't been defeated by then, a last strike as if saying, try enduring this too. I feel like I shouldn't listen to this. Bei Hurayong muttered. I'm not sure what secret she's about to reveal, but I have a bad feeling. When a constellation harbors poison, it always brings about some useless disaster. No, it's okay. I looked straight at Musha. He'll listen. I have delved into many people's secrets until now. I had seen them after I had taken responsibility, and even if I had taken responsibility, how could it not have been a form of violence? If it's a secret related to me, I want to hear it even more. My secrets cannot be the only sanctuaries. Thus, as a hunter who possesses Returner's clockwork watch, I boldly asked, what do you mean it's not? You could have originally succeeded. What does that mean? Not understanding, I asked again. I don't understand. Musha, what do you mean I could have originally succeeded? Foolish child. The reason you didn't have a fateful encounter on the first floor and didn't grab an opportunity on the second floor is not because there were no destinies or opportunities there. Musha's laughter grew louder, like the laughter of an ancient king cursed to turn everything he touched into gold. The laughter unleashed by the golden constellation was grotesque and also desolate. You know about the tower. The tower up to the 10th floor is a refuge for those who have fled from their world. A comfortable island. A land of opportunities. How could there have been no destinies for you to encounter? Was the tower you looked up to such an indifferent being? Thump. The ox that harvests ruins manifests its power. In the Colosseum, surrounded only by sedimentary rocks, thud. Thump. Pillars of a temple rose from the ground. They weren't intact pillars. The ruins of an abandoned temple, eroded by wind and rain. Like the teeth of an old man whose gums have partly receded. White pillars were embedded throughout hell. What if you hadn't met the Flame Emperor? Between the temple pillars, a scene faintly shimmered like a screen. The first manifested power was already a hypothesis I had heard. What if the Flame Emperor hadn't met the lady who walks the mirage? That was a completely new hypothesis I had heard. Above all, the subject wasn't me but the Flame Emperor. What if the Flame Emperor hadn't obtained Returner's clockwork watch? And What if the Flame Emperor hadn't regressed through Returner's clockwork watch? A world unfolded before my eyes. For the Flame Emperor, having obtained the Returner's clockwork watch, regresses and purchases a welfare lottery ticket. Through the gaps between the pillars, a scene where I and the Flame Emperor pass by each other was seen. Because of that, you arrive at the welfare lottery ticket seller one step later than in the original world, and the lottery ticket that was supposed to win the fourth prize turns into a dud. A minor misfortune. Beyond the pillars, I was seen sighing lightly and heading to the hunting grounds. Challenging with poor equipment, you suffer injuries that last a day longer than in the original world. And it didn't stop there. When you arrived after healing your wounds, the chest there was already empty. It wasn't taken by the Flame Emperor, because to the Flame Emperor, who could regress at will, that chest was too trivial to care about. However, for me, who was poor and weak, the equipment in there would have been a significant help. You fail to acquire a skill card. Like a grain of sand jamming well-functioning gears, my life gradually changed due to the regressor named the Flame Emperor. Your efforts repeatedly end in failure. It would be appropriate to describe it as a downfall. Your life becomes what you know now, until eventually reaching that small room. But if the Flame Emperor had not regressed through the Returner's clockwork watch, what unfolded next was a world without that tiny dissonance. A completely different world. Your efforts are properly rewarded. A world with fruition. You acquire quite a good skill and reap the fruits of your efforts. There, I seem to have acquired the ability to communicate with all monsters. You gain recognition from people. Thanks to the skill, people of the tower finally discover that among the monsters roaming from the 2nd to the 9th floor, there are intelligent beings capable of conversation, and they had been avoiding humans, secretly building a vast civilization city underground. You paved the way, a fact completely unknown to us even now. On the 5th floor underground, the demi-humans had secretly built a city and were living in it. You prevent several tragedies. As the only one who could communicate with the demi-humans, as a representative of humanity, as a messenger, as a mediator, you make friends. After much trouble preventing incidents, the black dragon which lightly pats my shoulder and asks me with a smirk if I'd like to have a drink at a nice place she knows. You gain comrades, although their martial skills are much inferior compared to mine now. Undoubtedly, a fulfilling life was laid out in the gaps between the pillars of the ruined temple, receiving recognition from those around me, living alongside the people I cherish. Young child, Musha said, this is your original form. This was the path you were originally supposed to walk, the destiny that was originally given to you. My heart raced. All of it, taken by that bastard the Flame Emperor. He hogged it all. He monopolized it. The destiny that was rightfully supposed to be yours brushed past in vain, and the opportunities that were meant to be yours slipped through your fingers. In that world, in the original world. In the original. In the mainstream, you had no reason to endure 4,000 times of suffering. You could have lived a satisfying life, diligently honing your inherently diligent nature. Is that so? Do you understand, young child? It wasn't that you were unlucky. Had I, too, been living a life distorted by you, Suha? You had your luck stolen by someone else. A thunderous roar echoed through the Hell's Cavern. They'll send you back. Musha. To the real life you were rightfully supposed to live. This is indeed a sharp, poisonous hand. But the life you're living now is fake. A mere illusion. This time, it'll ensure no regressor interferes with your timeline, allowing you to fully walk through your time. It'll let you walk a real life, abandon your constellation, and join my retinue. It's too late. What? The moment Musha retorted, my infernal heavens had already moved. Whoosh! The blade I drew sliced horizontally through hell. Where the aura passed, the pillars of the temple misaligned. They collapsed. Like slicing through a white radish, the temple pillars blossomed by Musha's power were too easily bisected. It's far too late. Now, you bastard. What? Fake life? Or real life? If you wanted to play word games, you should have come to me before I met Raviel, dazzled me before I met my master, persuaded me before I saw the smile of the black dragon which I glared at the blazing gold and said, "The Tower Master said I didn't live my best life. You say I didn't live my true life." I spoke towards the beyond. What makes a life fake or real isn't determined by the order of time. The ox that harvests ruins. If there are people influenced by me, people I've been influenced by, turning into love, friendship, and a hand that walks with me, that is precisely my true life. I held my sword expressionlessly. I am us. There are people who made me into us. And we exist nowhere but in this world. Our true world is only here. The ox that harvests ruins. Self. Musha. Power. Regression. I have heard all the music your constellation could produce. The first strategy. Breaking the ground to trap. Destroyed. The second strategy. Forcing into an inescapable artificial coliseum. Destroyed. The third strategy. Mobilizing 100 apostles for a combined attack. Destroyed. The fourth strategy. Using the power of the constellation to age the Death King. Destroyed. The fifth strategy. Showing the original time to tempt, to make one join her retinue. Destroyed. Aiming for at least 2 objectives at once, and thus to defeat me, a successor to the Sword Emperor, with 5 strategies. The constellation now had nothing left but a hammer to block my path. First, I will take your pride. A single strike. Surely, Musha swung her hammer, likely attempting to counter my attack, but the result revealed in this world after a moment was tragic. Thud. Long horns. Among the things attached to both sides of Musha's forehead, the right horn listlessly rolled away, caught in a sandstorm. Ah! And then, the ox that harvests ruins existence becomes blurred. The radiant golden light dimmed a bit. Chapter 328. Starlight 1. It's a masterpiece. Ancient times. There was a temple where countless eons had repeated to the point where keeping track of time was meaningless, where even time itself had grown weary, and everything had come to a halt. In that place lived a beautiful dragon. Who might you be? To say it lived might not have been quite accurate. Its golden scales, once radiant, no longer sparkled. The golden eyes that once took one's breath away had long lost their focus. The voice. How long had it been since it had used its voice? The dragon felt strange about its own vocal cords. The resonance transmitted from its lungs through its throat felt unfamiliar, as did the flesh surrounding its lungs and the bones piercing through that flesh. Listening closely, even the beating of its heart sounded alien. The conclusion was clear. "Who are you?" I asked. The dragon found its own existence burdensome. "Even if I answer, you won't understand. A name is merely an address for those living at the same coordinates to inquire about each other's well-being. I come from a different place than you." "A different place?" "A place known as the main world." The human swept back her golden hair with the back of her hand. "She's no ordinary human." The dragon's golden eyes narrowed. From the smallest gesture to the thinnest gaze, there wasn't a muscle this human did not control, no posture without meaning, and no voice without intent. A monster, indeed, and the dragon realized. Even though its scales had rusted and its heart had worn out, its instinct to assess those it faced was still very much alive. Realizing this fact made the dragon feel genuinely good for the first time in a long while. "What do you call a masterpiece?" "This place. The temple where you reside. You are the Dragon Emperor who grants the wish of return. All humans who served you have returned without exception, and those who returned naturally found success. The good mood did not last long. Subsequently, those who did not serve you were treated as fools. You and I, and even those distant ones who cannot call you, and people on the opposite side of the world who cannot call me, all came to have faith in you. This is the result." The human looked around. A world where all humans have become returners. No, perhaps it's a world where all humans wish for a return. No one possesses the advantage of time. Because everyone sought to have time. No one was able to have time. This world had come to a stop. Like statues stuck in the temple of Medusa, humans did not move an inch, and the world, having no aging or wearing to do, simply stopped breathing in a paused moment. Except for one dragon. "That's regrettable," Only the dragon remained alone in a world where everything else had stopped, becoming a unique god, an immovable mover, staying as a point of gold. You merely granted the wishes of humans. When the god overseeing regression rules the world, the ending is an inevitable stop. It's a joke only social butterflies would enjoy. So, have you come to mock me, human? The dragon growled. If you want to fight, then say so. I will not refuse. Why would I? A landlord fighting a tenant only leads to gossip. Landlord? Tenant? I am building a tower. The human clasped her hands together. It would be nice if you could come there. Of course, you would have to take on several restrictions. Musha. If a god must live somewhere, don't you think that even gods should be given at least 2 chances? The sound of a clock's hands moving could be heard. The ox that harvests ruins thought so. 2. The existence of the ox that harvests ruins becomes faint. Musha's horn was cut off. Oh God! Lord Musha! I will kill you! The apostles of the constellation screamed. They were horrified. Their rage was not far behind. Despite surely not having forgotten the pain they had suffered at my hands, as if they had, they gripped their hammers tighter and charged again. Bravely. But the flames would likely have no interest in the courage of the moths diving into them. You have no right to talk to me about the original life, Musha. I swung my sword without taking my eyes off Musha. An apostle, whose clavicle was diagonally cut by my sword, screamed and fell away, suffering the same pain. Many more apostles charged after him. Hence, the screams never ceased. Probably the returner's clockwork watch I possess is also a skill you created. It has strict conditions, but it does contain the power of regression.
Kug.
In other words, you are the root cause of the disaster. The disaster became successful thanks to Returner's clockwork watch, and if I have led an unfortunate life in the shadow of that success, then you are ultimately the final cause. How dare you act arrogant, claiming you'll fix the life you've ruined? It doesn't make sense. Of course, I will not beg you to give me back my life. I have no intention of returning. But how many people have there been twisted by your power? Thud. I walked on, making the hell scream, breaking through the defense created by the apostles, crossing walls of people and rivers of humanity. I approached Musha. I have the right to punish you. Are you prepared to live as a human golden constellation? A voice leaked from between Musha's teeth. I did nothing wrong. It was a precarious sound, like the wind blowing between ancient canyons. Just there was a child who came in front of my palace and knelt down. He was clear-eyed and innocent. Just his mother was killed by a carriage, and he found it unbearably unjust. Screams echoed. He had no thought of blaming the noble in the carriage, no thought of revenge, but just wanted to have told his mother, as she left the house that day, to be careful on the road, that it's easy to slip on wet roads, to walk carefully, to come back safely. Just that one thing. Screams echoed. To let him say that that heart was so pure. Screams echoed. What wrong have I done? The master of all ruins cried. I just knew how to do a bit more than you all. It was so from the moment I was born, and it became more so as I grew. That's all there was to it. I did what I could do. Was my birth a mistake? Was my life wrong? Why, you, by what right? Dare. To judge me, you could have spoken first. I did not stop my steps. Despite the screams of the apostles, countless obstructions, attacks, and even facing the blazing eyes of the constellation, I kept walking. What? I have no complaints about granting the wish of the Lady of the Golden Silk. Sylvia wished and you responded. That's all there was to it. Thud. Because of that, Raviel's life was ruined, but still there are no complaints. Thanks to that, I was able to meet Raviel. All of this was done by me as an representative of the Pond of Accumulating Memories, the corner librarian, Hamustra. Thud. You appointed the Lady of the Golden Silk as an representative. I became Hamustra's representative and defeated the Lady of the Golden Silk. That's the truth of the matter. Divinity clashed with divinity, A fair duel was fought, and the outcome was decided. Thud. Why do you object to that? To be precise, why do you hold a grudge against me? If there was something unfair during the duel, you could have just spoken to Hamustra then. Why? Why did you silently accept defeat at that time, and now you are asking me who was merely an representative for a rematch? No, it's not even a duel. You ambushed me on your own accord. Yes, it's not ordinary for a constellation to attack a hunter. Unless a hunter provokes a constellation, it's extremely rare for a constellation of Musha's level to personally pick a fight with a hunter. It's not because the constellations are noble characters. The Tower Master must have set restrictions. Consideration for hunters. Prohibition of massacres. Actions only permitted if they fit with the stage gimmicks, etc. Even Musha herself had exclaimed not long before, "Was the tower you looked up to such an indifferent being? There must be restrictions unknown to me that apply to the constellations." This tower carefully manages the difficulty level, setting floors 1 to 10 as the tutorial area and floors 11 to 49 as the beginner area. It seems, in a way, even more disadvantageous to the constellations than to the hunters. I will ask, Musha, the reason why Musha could attack me in this tower, using the Lady of the Golden Silk case, an already concluded past, as a pretext for a proxy war between Hamustra and Musha, and going to lengths to challenge me to a duel. I quietly voiced my speculation. Have I become a constellation? Silence enveloped us. It was an artificial silence created because all 200 apostles had finally fallen under my sword, leaving no apostle left to scream. It was not because my speculation hit the mark, causing everyone in the Colosseum hell to fall silent. Yet, the timing was so perfect that it seemed as if the entire 60-second floor stage fell silent in response to my question. If I'm not an ordinary hunter but have ascended to a constellation, then your actions all make sense. No one answered, so I continued. While attacking an ordinary hunter as a constellation is prohibited, a duel between constellations would be much more lenient. Because they are equals. Because they are peers. The tower wouldn't be so strict in such cases. When did it start? At precisely what moment did I gain a status equivalent to that of a constellation? Perhaps right after clearing the 61st floor? Something strange happened when I entered this stage. I hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but looking back, it was suspicious. The constellations had collectively declared war on me, or more precisely, on my forces. The eye living in the labyrinth swears to kill you. The incarnation of love and lust swears to tear you apart. The warhorse of the eternal plains prepares for war. The ox that harvests ruins swears your annihilation. Of course, Fox Nim had provoked the constellations. But merely because of provocation, would the constellations, who had been eyeing me as a potential ally and watched in real time the madness I unleashed on the 50th floor, suddenly turn their backs on me? Thinking it was just a joke message makes it simple. However, having exchanged blows with Musha, my suspicions deepened. For some specific reason, the constellations no longer felt any reservation about attacking me. For instance, if I, Kim Gongja, am no longer a novice and perhaps not even an ordinary hunter anymore. For instance, Bei Hurayong, who had no intention or will to become a constellation, somehow held the title of Sword Constellation. For instance, becoming a constellation happens naturally at some point, regardless of one's will.
Sword Emperor Nim.
Yes? How do constellations send those messages? Bei Hurayong chuckled. I haven't tried it myself, so I don't know. But just thinking about broadcasting a message, wouldn't it happen automatically? Your sword isn't in human form, yet it freely uses messages. I doubt there's a complicated system involved. That makes sense. I nodded. Let's try it. I closed my eyes. In my mind, I thought of someone I could recall without a hint of blurriness until the moment of my death. How are you doing? Suddenly, an image formed in my mind. There was about a cup's worth of water in front of me. Or perhaps it wasn't water but white powder. Something in that cup diminished by exactly 1 spoonful. Then, the sky that gathers screams sends greetings to the Lady of the Silver Lily. I opened my eyes. Yep, as expected. Musha was glaring at me, her teeth clenched. I gave her a bright smile. So it works. Chapter 329. Starlight. 2. 3. From the depths of the Colosseum, now shrouded in silence, I hummed leisurely. You kept calling me young child, human, emphasizing it as if to mark a distinction. Turned out to be poison for you. You are a constellation and I am merely a human. It seems you were unconsciously trying to plant that perception, but am a man with too little oil to be fried with mere wordplay. E.d. A man with too little oil to be fried equals basically means someone who is not easy to fool. You. A terrifying sound echoed from Musha's teeth. What difference does it make for someone like you to take the end of a constellation? Without even having a power, how dare you? A lot has changed. That wasn't my voice. Sorry, but I have to keep the contract. It wasn't the voice of any of the 200 apostles lying in the Colosseum, nor was it Bei Hurayong's or Fox's. And, of course, it wasn't Musha's either. I furrowed my brows. I've heard it somewhere. I couldn't immediately recall. On the other hand, Musha seemed to instantly know who the owner of the voice was. Magician. Looking up at the sky, the golden constellation ground its teeth. It's not over yet. The time for the preemptive strike I requested. It's still valid. The validity was not determined by time. I know, and all the high-ranking people of the tower know, so SSI, if you start playing with time, there's no end to it. Above, looking up from the underground, the sky seemed circularly cut open. In the middle of that, a person wearing loose-fitting clothes floated, looking down at us. Your surprise attack is recognized only as long as the Death King is unaware of his ascension. Now that he is aware of becoming a constellation, there's no more advantage for you to enjoy. The owner of the voice was holding an abnormally long, thin staff, held lightly with the middle, ring, and little fingers. A magician, perhaps? The staff seemed fragile enough to break with a mere flick, but the magician skillfully stirred it. The sixth pillar. The wand of ages manifests. After hearing the message, I realized where I had heard that voice. The same existence as the lady who walks the mirage. The ones who manage this tower and convene meetings to discuss issues when problems arise. One of the 6 subordinates of the tower master. Pillar. The magician slightly turned his head to meet my gaze. It's been a while, Trickster. Trickster? Are you talking about me? From the beginnings, you've been convening us with your tricky schemes. Trickster, because you are cunning. I insult you and it feels good, and you, surprisingly, might feel good being insulted in such a cute pronunciation. It's a win-win, mutually beneficial communication. What? No. I don't think I have such tastes. There's quite a lot I have to discuss with you, the staff muttered, with a voice as loose as a pencil without lead. Without any hostility or malice, merely indifferent as time itself or as bland as water, the staff spoke. But before that, let me do what I must. The staff lightly touched the void. Crack, crack, crack. It was then the sky cracked like a glass pane. No, Musha screamed. I cannot accept this. I object to the contract. Call a meeting. Open a discussion. The ox that harvests ruins, request to immediately raise an agenda for discussion on this matter. Rejected. Crack, crack, crack. Already, we've allowed too many disadvantages to a child who has just ascended. Musha. Hishmith crits. Because of your requests. The sky, once dyed red, shattered loudly. The void fragmented into billions of pieces, scattering everywhere. Just as the wind blew, swirling the red fragments, it seemed as if the sky was bleeding. The power of the ox that harvests ruins is suspended. The time chains that were forcibly fixing your growth are released. Once more, the sky shed its skin. The power of the eye living in the labyrinth is suspended. The information distortion that was blocking some messages to you is released. The peeled sky was a black infinity. Without the sun, the crescent moon, or the Milky Way, only the pitch-black darkness opened its maw there. In the dark heavens, a serpent covered in blue scales was hiding. Damn it! SSHHH. Like waves on the night sea, the dark blue scales rippled. The snake was huge enough to occupy a corner of the sky, and in a sky without the Milky Way, it alone was enough to unfold a sea. I knew this would happen. The serpent's eyes were triangular. Unlike humans, who have white sclera with pupils, the giant snake shone with bright blue pupils on black sclera. I thought there was a chance if I struck before you were fully awakened as a constellation. It was my mistake to fall for the words of that bull-headed brat. This is getting interesting. Hishmith Crits. Bei Hurayong twisted his lips and crossed his arms. Your alias is the Eye Living in the Labyrinth, a constellation that governs information distortion, manipulation, exposure, puzzles, contradictions, mazes, and secrets. You pretended to be interested in this zombie, but it was all fake. Huh? Aha. Only then did I realize the truth behind this battle. So, 2 constellations conspired to attack me? Before I became stronger than I am now. You seized the opportunity when I hadn't yet awakened to the powers and authority of a constellation, to break me in one fell swoop. In the pitch-black night without moonlight, feeling regretful, I drew a crescent moon with my lips. One controls time, the other controls information. Thanks to the 2 of you working together, I couldn't even hear the message that I had become a constellation. Perfect combination. JRK. The serpent with inverted eyes bared its fangs. Its eyes turned upside down, pouring out a terrifying glare, sharply observing Musha. It was your arrogant assurance that led to this mess. So deal with it yourself. What? I know nothing about it. Bluish flames wrapped around the snake's body. The eye living in the labyrinth flees to its own world. Literally, it coiled its tail and ran away. You, foolish thing. Left alone underground, Musha spat blood from his mouth and shouted, "If I am subdued, the next target will be you. It's your turn. Whether we become friends or foes, we should have settled it here. Do you think running away will let you live even 6 more days? Do you think you'll enjoy your power even a day longer? You, an idiot who won't be any better off dead. Well, it'll just take a day off and then go up." Musha was at a loss for words. I smiled brightly. If a day seems too harsh, how about I take a full week off? After all, you 2 formed an alliance just to catch me. It would be bad if you fell out over this. They'll consider your feelings and not make you feel neglected. But whatever the reason you 2 banded together to attack me might be, I'll find out eventually. I'll find out later. Even if you don't tell me, capturing the eye living in the labyrinth and dealing with it will suffice. That was what I meant, and it seemed Musha understood it as such. The hammers in his hands hesitated. Surrender. I won't say that I'll accept your surrender without any punishment. I will claim what needs to be claimed. However, I promise not to double the weight of the punishment out of spite for ambushing me while blocking my sight and hearing. Hesitation flickered in Musha's eyes. Musha, who had prepared 5 or 6 strategies just to capture me, now truly had no cards left to play. With the eye living in the labyrinth, abandoning her and fleeing, Musha had few choices left. My suggestion of surrender had narrowed those few choices down to one. What do you want? Hand over the identity of Sylvia Evenale, the Lady of the Golden Silk, to me completely. I started with the most obvious condition. Never claim ownership over Sylvia again. Do not contest the fact that Sylvia belongs to my family. Musha's lips quivered. Yes, no, neither answer came out. We both knew this was just the first request. And you must also assist in capturing the eye living in the labyrinth. Where does that constellation reside? How can we break through easily? Release all the information you have. Still, Musha's lips did not utter either affirmation or denial. Because the second demand was too easy. Hishmith Crits had betrayed Musha first. Is there anything easier in the world than betraying someone who has betrayed you? Precisely because it was such an easy request, Musha must have guessed that there were still heavier conditions to come. Is there more? Kneel. In front of the apostles, make it clear that I am stronger than you, that I have defeated you, that you have surrendered to me. Drip. Blood flowed from Musha's mouth. It wasn't from biting his lips. His teeth had crushed against each other so powerfully, so intensely, that the gums could not bear it, causing wounds to open between the canines and molars. Constellations like you have aesthetics. I continued speaking. Or laws. A kind of self-discipline. The excuses like I may be kneeling with my body, but my heart remains steadfast that ordinary humans might use don't work here. Similar to pride but also different. A constellation is an entity made of power. Perhaps power is the very reason for a constellation's existence. Like the core for humans. For me, who possesses a regression skill, Musha, the constellation of regression, kneeling is like a general admitting defeat to another general, a musician conceding to another musician, acknowledging my superiority within the same realm. Could Bei Hurayong ever kneel to another swordsman? After kneeling, could Bei Hurayong still claim to be the supreme swordsman of all ages? The condition I imposed on Musha was laden with the weight of gold. If you do not accept, and it also carried the precise weight of a life, I will take the remaining horn you have left. They'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes passed. A silence like death stagnated at the bottom of hell. About 160 seconds in, the only sound that rang out made the silence even more ghastly. The ox that harvests ruins activates its power. A music box only for you activates its power. I knew what Musha had attempted. He tried to stop time. Musha couldn't gather his thoughts within 180 seconds. He lacked time. He needed the leisure to ponder. He tried to forcibly extend the unpermitted time, and it was thwarted by Fox Nim. And so, Musha. An unresolved heart leaked out of Musha's hands. The ox that harvests ruins. Kwong. A crack formed where Musha kneeled, and holes were dug in the ground following the pattern of his 5 fingers. To the Death King, blood dropped, the blood that flowed from his mouth, down his jawline, and dripped, seeped into the holes dug by Musha's fingers. To the sky that gathers screams, I surrender. I nodded. Yes. I looked down at the constellation pressing its forehead to the ground. Then I will ask, Musha, why did you conspire with Hishmith Kritz to attack me? There was a moment of silence. As the fingers dug deeper holes and more blood flowed into them, making the ground redder, Musha opened his mouth. You have a connection with us. We met for the first time today. However, from your beginning it can be said that we have been entangled. I tilted my head. Why is that? The returner's clockwork watch. Musha answered, with words I hadn't anticipated at all. The very skill of regression you possess was created by none other than me and Hishmith Kritz. Chapter 330. Starlight. 3. 4. Yes. I blinked. You made the returner's clockwork watch? Yes. Musha answered. While saying yes, a grinding sound of teeth snuck in, so the accurate pronunciation was closer to yes. But I was a man generous even to losers. I willingly pretended not to hear. After all, whether Musha grinds her teeth or not, I had the right to ask questions that interested me. I received my skill from the Flame Emperor. And the Flame Emperor, as far as I know, received the skill from the lady who walks the mirage. I've never heard of your involvement in its creation. It's like a movie. What? I said, it's like the movies you enjoy watching. The golden constellation looked up at me with hateful eyes. The reason for the angle of the gaze was because Musha was still kneeling. Because, well, I had the right to demand losers to keep their knees in contact with the ground. To make a movie, you need a director, a producer, and sponsors. An EX grade skill is, to you, no different from a blockbuster. The lady who walks the mirage is like the director of that movie or closer to a producer. Really. I recalled.
Im Reali sorry.
Death King. I am the pillar that gave the Flame Emperor his skill in the past. Once, the lady had told me, banging her head against mine. Indeed, it wasn't the lady alone who created the skill from beginning to end. What was your role then? Though it is a rule of duel that a loser answers the winner's question, and I have been following it. Would it be all right to stand up now to answer? It's embarrassing in front of the children. As sitting is more comfortable than standing, right? Just say it as you are. Damn you. Musha scratched the ground with her nails. One day the lady came to me and said, She wanted to make a regression skill and asked if it was okay. Since regression is my domain, she needed my permission first.
A territorial disputa?
Something like that. I initially refused but exceptionally allowed it on the condition that it would be a skill that could only regress for no more than a day. And that too only if accompanied by a very strong penalty. Penalty. Then the snake bastard beside us intervened. The eye living in the labyrinth. Yes, the snake. Musha seemed to think she had the right to call the traitor whatever she wanted. A reasonable assertion indeed. I respected that right. The golden constellation said, "How about it only activates upon death?" The snake suggested. I found it an interesting penalty and agreed. But that was not all. The snake is the constellation governing secrets and labyrinths. He wanted not just a death to be the end, but also a labyrinth that activates upon death. Labyrinth, maze, or a trap. I pulled out the skill card for Returner's Clockwork Watch and looked it over. Plus, Returner's Clockwork Watch.
Rank X.
Effect. Automatically activates upon death. You regress 24 hours from the moment of death. Even after returning, all memories and stats are retained. However, the higher the hunter's rank, the more the penalty will increase. Skill copied from Hunter Yu Suha. Plus, so the labyrinth was the trauma? Yes. Musha nodded. The snake said, "Human life is often compared to a road, described as having walked a long path. But that path, in the eyes of others, is a perplexing puzzle that is winding and impossible to figure out. The life of others. Past. Path. I consider that to be the maze of all mazes." The great snake had said, "Humans are lowly beings, but each of their hearts hides a palace with at least one maze. That is to say, a labyrinth, isn't it?" While conveying the snake's words, Musha chewed on her molars. It was truly a proposal befitting him. "So, we decided to install the Labyrinth of Death into your skill. It's likely not just the two of us who were involved. The Tower Master." Musha continued her story but suddenly furrowed her brows. She then looked up into the void. In the sky, which had turned from blue to pitch black, floated one of the pillars. The Wand of Ages. "Is it okay to talk about this much?" "Huh? I don't mind." The magician holding a thin, long staff yawned as if bored. "The Death King has met with the Tower Master directly. He's treated as having the highest security clearance. Probably even the language of the main world is translated for him." "What? Directly with the Tower Master?" Musha looked back at me, raising her eyebrows. Her look said, "What kind of person are you?" "What exactly are you?" "Well, I'm not sure what kind of person I am, but it seems like I'm someone whom the ox that harvests ruins has to kneel and talk to." "I should rip that mouth of yours, no." "Forget it. Let's not talk." Musha sighed. "Anyway, since the lady is also the Tower Master's daughter, it's possible that not just me and the snake, but other constellations' powers were also used at her request." "Chim. So, you are indeed a troublesome existence." Golden eyes glared at me. "Because of you, both the snake bastard and I are put in danger." "What? As long as you are alive and well, I can't grant the wishes of my followers." "No. My very faith is being shaken." I tilted my head in confusion. I had heard the whole story of how my skill came to be, but I still didn't understand the hostility from Musha and Hishmith. "You mean you can't grant the wishes of your followers because of me? Why? You connected time with that silver lily or whatever." Musha growled. "Regression should be exclusive. Do you understand what I mean? The value of regression lies in the fact that only I know that I have returned to the past. The moment someone else knows that time has been reversed, the value of regression, my power, plummets instantly. And yet, you and the silver lily conspired to draw a line of time. A line of time? If you regress, the silver lily knows about it. If the silver lily regresses, you know about it. No matter what, one of you realizes that time has been reversed." "Ah, are you talking about a regressor's love?" "Yes," Musha shouted, engulfed in fury. "Even if I grant a follower's wish and regress them, they can no longer enjoy an exclusive position. Because of you too. Understand. I can no longer claim absolute power over time. My power has been compromised. As Musha raged, I reviewed Raviel's skill in my mind. Plus, a regressor's love.
Rank X.
Effect. For a regressor, love is like poison. No matter how much you struggle, you can't share your time with the one you love. Thus, a certain regressor begged, "Please retain my lover's memories." That wish reached the tower and became true. You share a timeline with your beloved. When your lover regresses a day, you go back a day. When you regress a day, your lover regresses a day. This is the covenant of the ring. This is the marriage of time. May luck be with you both. However, the skill only works when you and your beloved love each other. Plus, indeed, I understood the true nature of the situation. If I were the only regressor, it wouldn't matter. Or if Raviel were the only regressor, it wouldn't matter either. But because we share each other's timelines, a kind of line connecting us both. From now on, even if a new regressor is born in this world, they cannot ignore the red line of time that we two have drawn. If a new regressor goes back to the past, Raviel and I immediately become aware of the fact that the world has been rewound. No longer is it possible for a regressor to monopolize time alone. Except for Raviel and me. I was curious why that skill was rated EX. But indeed, there was a reason why it was rated at the top. Because of you two, my value as a constellation has plummeted. Yeah. Now I understand why you were hostile towards me. Of course, it wasn't my concern. Nor was it Raviel's concern even more so, who asked for something like Returner's clockwork watch to be made. It's all self-inflicted. Don't make me laugh. It wasn't me who brought up the desire to make it, but the lady. I'm not laughing. Anyway, you were the one who attached the trauma penalty, right? Raviel having a regressor's love is, after all, thanks to the trauma penalty. I feel a bit sorry, but this has been your doing from start to finish. Damn tower. Damn lady. The lady who walks the mirage manifests. Did someone call me? No one called you. Get lost. Traitor. That's too harsh. The lady who walks the mirage disappears. For a brief 6 seconds, someone poked their head out from under the ground and then immediately vanished. Everyone agreed not to mention this incident. Well, let's say that's the reason you attacked me. I glanced at the ground where the lady disappeared and said, "What about Hishmith Kritz? What was that constellation so anxious about that it formed an alliance with you?" Why don't you ask the traitor directly? Musha turned her head with a flick. Because of you, my power is already in tatters. I can no longer create new regressors, and even if I could, I would have to seek your agreement first. That's no longer the mark of a distinguished constellation. It's frustrating.
Mutyanim.
We only have Mushanim. We will never serve another constellation. We will remain loyal until the end of the world. A few of the 200 apostles who had regained their senses cried bitterly. Musha looked around at them and sighed deeply. Anyway, get the story from Hishmith Kritz directly. I have maintained the courtesy required of a loser. I hope you won't insult me further. Indeed, in the realm of regression, I had proven to be stronger than Musha. Through this duel, if the flow of time within this tower were to be compared to a history book, only mine and Raviel's time would be considered the main chronicle. The times produced by Musha have been demoted to mere tributaries. I've gotten everything I could from Musha. Now it's time to. I turned my gaze. The void. The wand of ages, observing the conversation between the winner and the loser, floated gently there. Upilar.
Im listening.
2 senior constellations conspired and launched a surprise attack on me. I received no warning about it in advance. In fact, I even had to realize on my own that I had become a constellation. Regardless of everything else, isn't the latter quite unfair? The eye living in the labyrinth used his power, in collaboration with the ox that harvests ruins, to make it happen. But that doesn't change the fact that it's unfair. Exactly. That's why I appeared as a judge. Pink eyes looked down at me. If there's something you want, let me hear it. If it seems fair, I'll grant it. Yes. Now that impractically of constellation rank, well, I won't throw a tantrum. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm currently on the 62nd floor, right? Yes. Unless both our memories are severely damaged. My request for compensation is very simple. Broadly. I smiled broadly. Please appoint the I living in the labyrinth as the manager of the next 63rd floor stage. Oh! The Wand of Ages slightly tilted its head. Quite an interesting request for compensation. Why? Running away in the middle of battle left a bad taste. Could be seen as a wise decision, couldn't it? How despicable it is to betray a comrade you promised to stand with. There's room to argue that it was a wise decision as well. Most importantly, since he picked a fight with me, I have the right to conclude it. From the perspectives of justice, retribution, and resolving the consequences of one's actions, you should listen to my request. If the world operated on rights, there'd be no need for the tower to exist. The Wand of Ages stroked its staff. This is the tower, after all. Fine, I'll grant it. That was the moment. A constellation secretly watching the story is appalled. The I living in the labyrinth protests against the unfair treatment. Even though the body ran away, it seems the eyes and ears were left open here. Despite the barrage of protest messages, the Wand of Ages didn't blink an eye. Precisely, it only blinked when it suited him. It's not really unfair. The I living in the labyrinth shouts that this cannot be.
Im Apila.
I can do this. The I living in the labyrinth will never forget this incident. Not that it won't forget, but perhaps it won't be able to forget. Maybe. Okay. Fox Nim. Peep, please declare the stage clear. Let's go right away. Foxy, who was wrapped around my neck like a scarf, flicked its tail once. Quest clear. The 62nd floor stage has been cleared. You will be immediately transported to the 63rd floor according to your wish. Then a message almost like a scream rang out. The I living in the labyrinth yells that this must not happen. Of course, the answer I had for them was already decided. It will. And a whirlwind of sand enveloped me. Chapter 331. Glass Palace, 1. You have entered stage 63. The I living in the labyrinth senses your presence and becomes enraged. The sandstorm wrapped around me before settling down, like a hand that holds on for a moment only to let go immediately after. Feeling the scent of sand grains that were thoroughly dried by the sun and polished by the wind, I straightened my back with confidence. There's no need to explicitly say it through a message, Snake SSI, is there? I didn't use telepathy. The opponent is a constellation that governs all mysteries and secrets. It would probably be easy for them to spy on unseen places and eavesdrop on unheard sounds. In other words, an expert in wiretapping. The I living in the labyrinth shudders its scales at your rudeness. I squinted one eye. Maybe negotiation is possible. I'm a man who surprisingly gets along well in conversation. Instead of hiding and spending eternity like that, why don't we have a tea time and talk? The I living in the labyrinth rebukes. You dare to play your tricks. As expected. Determined not to let its own voice be heard even in death. I looked around, probably being cautious in case its location gets revealed just by that. Having watched Musha get defeated by me, it probably doesn't have the courage to show itself in front of me. Now, then should we start a game of hide and seek from here? Labyrinth. It was surrounded by towering walls on all sides. It was dubious whether to refer to them as walls. At least among the walls I knew, there was none that seemed to effortlessly touch the stratosphere, soaring high above the sky. Moreover, the sky was sealed in a dome shape. It looked as if eggshells covered the ground. Climbing the walls would likely only lead to being blocked by the shell of the sky. What about the ground? Made of wood. The wooden floor, swirling with patterns similar to snake scales, spread out before me. I tried swinging my sword as a test, but both the walls and the floor remained intact. They didn't suffer any damage. Perhaps they were designed to be very difficult to destroy. Is the stage itself a maze? I murmured. That's troublesome. Snake SSI will keep changing its position. While I don't know the geography here, Snake SSI is probably well versed in it. If the opponent only runs away, I have no way to catch it. You don't need to worry about that. A voice came from behind me. The reason I didn't reflexively swing my sword to attack was because I had heard that voice before. The Wand of Ages? Just call me a magician, because that's what I am. With a face that seemed like it had never smiled in its lifetime, the Wand of Ages spoke. The magician was yawning, maintaining a distance of about 6 meters from me. I'm not particularly great, just the greatest magician in the world, that's all. No, I think that's quite an impressive achievement. Not really. It's not that great. Before becoming a pillar, I alone slaughtered 13 dragon emperors, conquered 7 dragon kingdoms, and was the first in history to reach the void rupture, the origin and starting point of the world, and plant a flag there. But I'm just a magician, nothing more. Are you just trying to brag to me? Death King. Do you know why people who are astonishingly successful are astonishingly humble? Once you reach that level, the more humble I become, the more insignificant others feel, making others feel inferior while keeping myself completely innocent. Only those in power can truly afford to be genuinely humble. In that sense, it's not surprising that successful people are humble. How about it? Did I enlighten you? All I've realized from your words is that your character is rotten, magician. Congratulations. You've already realized a lot. Clap, clap, clap. The magician clapped his hands. Not with his hands, but with his mouth. That is, he made the sound clap, clap, clap by moving his mouth. Listening to the magician's clapping, I instinctively knew that this pillar was also an extraordinary lunatic. Let's get back to the point. Why do you say I don't need to worry? The magician took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote something on it. The paper read, Main point. The magician stuck the paper on the wall, took 3 steps back, and then 3 steps forward.
Tajda.
Returned. I decided to calmly ignore the events of the past approximately 15 seconds. To deal with a lunatic, one must arm themselves with madness as well. So, crazy magician, why don't I need to worry? Constellations are unfair beings. They are so powerful that ordinary humans can't possibly compete. Not just physically, but their very existence is grand. The magician spoke as if he were the only sane person. But even in unfairness, there is a sliver of fairness. Fairness? Yes. A riddle, no matter how difficult, is still a riddle because it has an answer. A labyrinth, no matter how complex, is still a labyrinth because it has an exit. A riddle without an answer is just an annoying sequence of sentences, and a maze without an exit is just a series of tiresome places. The magician muttered expressionlessly. In that sense, the lives of ordinary humans that the constellations look down upon aren't any different. Even if it's a twisted answer, even if it's a warped exit, providing answers to a world without them, and opening doors in a life without any, is the role of a constellation. No, it's the very essence of a constellation's existence. In other words, are you saying the eye living in the labyrinth won't run away? Every palace has its throne. A labyrinth is a palace too. The moment a king flees from his throne, he ceases to be a king. Is that so? I nodded and then glared at the walls surrounding us. The eye living in the labyrinth clenches its teeth. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. And as if responding to my provocative gaze, the world transformed at that moment. 2. The world was still made of walls. Only now, the walls no longer blocked the view and were invisible. The eye living in the labyrinth requests a covenant with the tower. Designate sanctuary. Approved. The outer layer of the walls melted away. From this moment, this place is owned by the eye living in the labyrinth. The flesh of the walls that had their shells peeled and melted was made of glass. Transparent glass windows, no longer blocked by sight and thus freely visible inside. Whether I intended to or not, I looked at the glass and there, mannequins, figures, numerous dolls were displayed inside the glass walls. The expression countless literally meant infinite. The glasses were so tall they seemed to touch the sky and so vast that it was impossible to see their end. It was a labyrinth of glass. In each glass window, dolls were densely lined up, forming layers upon layers, wrapping around in multiple folds, arrayed in rows. He is the one who hides and reveals, worship him. Creak. The mannequin hanging closest to the glass window suddenly lifted its head. His mouth opened. He is the one who hides and reveals, worship him. The mannequins to the left, right, and above the first, which had been stationary, opened their mouths. He is the one who hides and reveals, worship him. Once again, the dolls surrounding them. He is the one who hides and reveals, worship him. From the sides of the straight corridor, from the dead ends of alleys, from the right angles of winding paths, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of mannequins within my sight, and an almost infinite number of mannequins in unseen places, creaked. Beyond the glass windows, creaked, opening their mouths. If you intend to search for me, then try to find me. A voice layered thousands upon thousands of times. Each doll had its own distinct voice, creating a cacophony. Among these, my true body is hidden. Among them, within this place, where hundreds of millions, or perhaps even more, dolls were displayed, the I living in the labyrinth was hiding. I smiled slightly. For a game of hide and seek, this seems overly disadvantageous for the seeker. This is still a fair game, believe it or not. A doll displayed on the glass wall to my right moved its lips. If you cannot find me, then simply admit defeat and leave. Or, you may wander forever in my glass palace. The dolls each had their own characteristics. Some dolls were almost like life-sized figures. No, they were so detailed they could be mistaken for real. They had faces. They had eyes. They looked so vivid as if they could breathe any moment. Yet their expressions remained unchanged as if time had stopped. Other dolls were no different from mannequins. Wooden dolls. Faceless, expressionless marionettes with their joints exposed. The level of detail varied among the dolls. From perfect finished products to those that seemed barely touched by a carving knife, numerous puppet dolls hung by threads, each striking a different pose. There was one thing. I am the murderer who killed the child next door. Every doll was holding a sign. I deceived my best friend. That was their commonality. I had an affair with a priest from the temple. I am the one who plotted the poisoning of the Duke of Mihu. I killed my father. I hate the noble who took me in. I colluded with the enemy of my lord and led to the downfall of my family. The signs held by the dolls all had different contents. Some were serious, others trivial, but all secrets. I easily realized what the signs meant. Things people don't want to show others. Classified information they wish to keep hidden. Everyone has at least one secret written here. With that, you can infer the identity of the person. Indeed, you catch on quickly. Creak. A puppet in front of me opened its mouth. The noise of its creaking joints was probably the I living in the labyrinth's intended mockery. These are all individuals who once wished upon me. At least once they have leaned on my power. Compared to you who has just became the constellation, my domain is vast. I don't really desire to create a world as monstrous as this. Hamustra was a grand library, Musha, a sand temple, and Hishmith Kritz, a glass exhibition. What kind of wishes do you usually grant? Please, tell me the weakness of that bastard I hate. Make sure no one finds out what I did. Please, let me kill that person without getting caught by anyone. Even if they dig into my past, make sure they don't find out my secrets. About that summer incident. Make it seem like I'm completely innocent. Creak. 7 mannequins simultaneously let out a sneer. The wishes deep in everyone's hearts are precisely my domain. You humans have many secrets you wish to reveal, but even more that you wish to hide. Hishmith Kritz. The I living in the labyrinth. Keywords: snake, egg, labyrinth, secret, riddle, paradox, maintaining and securing secrets, locks and keys, exposure. Of course, I keep the secrets as the humans wish. Under my power, they enjoy the blessing of not having their most dreaded secrets exposed. But the secrets they hide are blatantly displayed here. I nodded. I understood. That's why you could be related to my skills. Trauma penalty. The 7 mannequins simultaneously tilted their heads. A person's past is indeed a collection of secrets. The deepest wounds held in the past are the most exquisite keys to understanding that person. I took a deep breath and continued. The Tower Master told me that this power originates from Mansang, and if one traces it back, it reaches their ancestor who was an apostle of Hamustra. At the same time, my skill intersects with your power in the aspect of peaking. The mannequins burst into laughter. Aha, indeed. Correct. Yes, a person's past is memory and thus a story, but at the same time it is also a secret. You have splendidly exposed it. From the corner of my vision, a mannequin creaked, raising its hand. A reward must be given to the wise revealer. Wooden fingers pointed somewhere. Rejoice. I shall bestow upon you my little gift. Is it a hint to where you are? You will see. I followed. In the direction pointed by the finger, another mannequin was there, and it too raised a finger to point somewhere else, leading me to repeat the same process 16 times. And then, I hesitated. At the final destination, I momentarily stopped. How do you find it, young star? Through the thin glass, a doll moved its lips. The marionette's appearance was intricate. It was a voice I knew well, a face I was familiar with. Don't you wish to know this child's secret? There. A doll that looked exactly like the Crusader was on display. Chapter 332. Glass Palace. 2. 3. I knew it. What a shame. For a very long time I think I already knew. Think about it. Whoever made the tower put effort into making it. That's also a message for us. But no one cares. Originally, it should have been a sight to admire and look up to. We've become accustomed to everything by the 10th floor. A person who almost always maintains an expressionless face, wears a helmet, and tries as much as possible not to show their face to others. Always clad in armor. I thought I had a pretty good poker face.
Kim Gongya.
Do you have a clairvoyant skill? Perhaps someone with a more formidable wall built around their heart. There's no helping it. My comrade, Patricia, our noble and pure crusader. I have the skill to detect lies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this skill brought me all the way to the position of vice-captain of the civil militia. Doubt is a poison that eats away at humans, and truth is the most powerful antidote. Although we can't regain the trust we've lost so far, at least we'll be able to cooperate on the 12th floor. Right before engaging in a close battle with the Devil King of Fall Rain. Hunters who had broken through the stage for the first time in years were excited, and therefore easily fell into the trap laid by the Devil King. They hadn't considered the possibility that the quest itself could be a trap of the Devil King. When it was announced that someone had betrayed us and sided with the Devil King, the leaders of the giant guilds quickly suspected each other. How foolish. I told you, never choose the reward of the Devil King. Dare I say, we still don't know who betrayed us, but I will gift that bastard the most painful death. It was a time when we couldn't yet trust each other. The heretic questioner interrogated people in the basement of the 10,000 Temple under the pretext of heresy. The Black Dragon Witch's assassination squad tore through the night of Babylon, and the Count was busy encroaching on the capital of other guilds. Above all, this atmosphere, this air, it feels like when we were conquering the early parts of the tower. Indeed, it feels similar to the times when the 5 major guilds were actually 10. Back then, we died a lot, killed a lot too, right? The fact that we were merely slaughterers to each other. Everyone knew it all too well. Crusader, immediately interrogate everyone with lie detection, without missing a single person. If anyone even hesitates to answer the Crusader's question or tries to avoid it, I will kill that person right here on the spot. So, I was planning to do so without saying. I knew it. First of all, let me clarify that I am not the traitor. That people like you would never forget the slaughterers. It's inconceivable, unpersuasive, and unforgivable. If I don't have the power to punish the slaughterers right now, I will wait until I do. I will be patient. Whether it takes 5 years or 10, I will eagerly wait until the moment the opportunity arises. For poker faces, I do have confidence, making those around think that the Crusader is a reliable human. Even if you miss the opportunity, you will not show a hint of regret. Even if the opportunity comes, you will not show any signs of excitement. You just do what needs to be done. Really, life is full of uncertainties. That you are such a person. Reconciling with the Black Dragon Witch and becoming friends again. And with the other guild leaders too. Really, despite all that has happened. For a very long time I think I already knew. Therefore, when I found myself face to face with a doll strikingly similar to the Crusader in a dead-end alley on the 63rd stage of the Glass Labyrinth, and when I saw the signboard the doll was holding, I was not surprised. Not at all. Not one bit. The signboard was written in a concise handwriting. I have 17 different plans to assassinate all my comrades. It was exactly the Patricia I knew. For, creak, did I surprise you? The mouth of the doll, identical to the Crusader, moved. The snake that does not reveal its appearance or voice was whispering through the doll. This human is my exemplary follower. Principally, it's forbidden for constellations to meddle directly with humans who haven't surpassed the 50th floor. That's why they make contact indirectly, through skills or blessings. Indirect propagation of faith. From the standpoint of constellations, skills and blessings are sort of a means. There are far more worlds that do not reach the 50th floor than those that do. There must be. From the constellation's point of view, the faith resources of those many worlds are too precious to waste. That's why they go to the extent of using their power to create skills and distribute them, and sprinkle blessings like the blessing of the goddess of vitality. I once received as a reward for a hidden stage. But this human was desperate. Creak, creak. While I was etching new facts into a corner of my mind, the marionette Crusader said, seemingly delighted, I am a constellation that does not particularly enjoy giving special treatment to anyone, but even so, I can say this human was special. It's been quite a long time since I saw someone wish so fervently. More than 10 years ago, this human bit their lips until they bled, praying to a god they didn't even believe existed. During the period of the Great Purge in the tower. Grant me the power to punish the wicked in secret, they said. In other words, this human wished to become an assassin. Secret killings. Executioners hidden behind veils. Planned murders. I am not the constellation that governs death, but my power touches all schemes and assassinations. I gladly lent my strength. I muttered bitterly, lie detector was a skill you gave then. That's right. And that's not all. Grating sounds came from the doll's mouth. The skills this human possesses are practically a list of my powers, gloriously laid out. They can see how much someone likes them in numerical form. When revealing their skills to others, this human can distort and twist the description as they wish. Detecting secrets, distorting information, manipulation, schemes. Isn't it truly beautiful? The ones you consider friends were planning your death. The I living in the labyrinth mocked. Not a single one approached you with pure goodwill. How about that, the Serpent Constellation asked. Before even hearing your story, they thought of your death and perfected the method of your murder before showing you an immaculate smile. Death King. Even before you were known by that alias. Yes. This is the true nature of the friendship you so dearly cherish. Even the most insignificant dagger hurts when its blade grazes the flesh. Even if my head already knows, even if my heart has already come to terms, even if the words I'm hearing now are merely provocations meant to shake me, an act of desperation by the opponent, knowing all that. The blade is still a blade and a wound is still a wound. It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt. If you wish, I can remain silent and not speak of the secrets those humans harbor. Then the problem is, even if you do not wish for it, I can expose all the secrets those humans keep right before your eyes, whether I can truly endure it or not. Fear what is to be feared. You humans, you should be wise enough for that. You have been given a name too grand for your fate. Put down that sword. What do you know? The doll's artificial eyes turned towards me. What? What do you know so well about Patricia? I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket and fiddled with it. A white handkerchief with silver thread embroidery. While feeling the soft touch at my fingertips, I calmed my agitated emotions following the patterns with my fingers. I controlled the temperature of my heart. I know Patricia much more deeply and much more than you think. Ah, How funny. You didn't even know what kind of murder plans they had. Patricia used Yu Suha. What? I recalled the memory. It felt incredibly distant, as if from a very long time ago. The moment I decided to regress 4,000 days, the Crusader was there at the scene. Don't use your water abilities independently. That's right. We need to time our abilities together. Harlem Street was burning because of Yu Suha. Among the top rankers, only the Crusader and the Alchemist rushed to the scene of the fire. The Crusader might not know, but that was actually the first time I saw her. In front of the flames, the two rankers conversed. That's weird. Why isn't Miss Saintis here yet? She said she had something tonight. I'm not sure, but it might be a date. She has been spending a lot of time with the Flame Emperor lately. I don't like that Flame Emperor guy. Naturally, both knew Yu Suha. The Saintis should meet someone better. And her standards are too high. Who could she meet that's better than the number 1 ranker? The Crusader didn't speak ill of Yu Suha. You, who should hate someone like Yu Suha more than anyone, showed no sign of contempt. Even though if there were anyone in the world who should despise Yu Suha, it would definitely be you. Welcome, Flame Emperor. Instead, she was polite. As you can see, an arson has occurred in the old slum area. Can you help us? She was courteous. What do I get out of helping? Tomorrow, all media across the world will write in big bold letters. The Flame Emperor subdues the fire, a charitable act of goodwill. You can improve your image while grabbing the attention of all the people around the world. Why? Why did she do that? Didn't she realize what kind of person the Flame Emperor was? There was a time when I thought so. I was furious, believing that the Flame Emperor's act was so convincing that it deceived everyone, including Patricia. When the Saintis attempted to poison Yu Suha, he fell for it once. But he immediately regressed and took his revenge on the Saintis. At that time, for some reason, Yu Suha believed the person who ordered his poisoning was the Black Dragon Witch. What are you talking about? Who do you think tipped him off? Now, I don't think Patricia was deceived. That night, Yu Suha told the Saintis, think carefully before you answer. I might not have an invulnerability to poison, but I do have a skill to detect lies. If you lie and get caught, it'll burn you to the bone. But Yu Suha didn't have a lie detector skill. So what are you trying to say? The one who had that skill was Patricia. The exact opposite. I think Patricia deceived everyone. Before I regressed, I believe the Sword Saint was killed by Yu Suha. The Sword Saint is strong. Even if Yu Suha had a regression skill, it would have been extremely difficult for him alone to overcome the Sword Saint. Yet, the Sword Saint was defeated, went missing, and rumors of his disappearance spread. Patricia knew the Sword Saint well. She was directly under him when he was the leader of the civil militia. She would have known what the Sword Saint's weaknesses were, what his schedule was like, everything. She had been sharpening her blade against the Sword Saint, who participated in the Great Purge. It wouldn't be surprising if Patricia collaborated with the Flame Emperor in hunting down the Sword Saint. I think everyone was deceived by Patricia. Of course, the Civil Militia Guild, which has the authority to treat murdered people as missing, making it seem as though they haven't died, was under Patricia's control. In another world, the timeline the Tower Master showed me, the if scenario where I become a guild member of Yu Suha and live on. There, the Saintis attacked Yu Suha with a spear. For some reason, the Saintis knew that the murderer who killed her grandfather, the Sword Saint, was Yu Suha. Yo Soa, you murdered my only grandfather. Who told her? Someone wanted to use the Flame Emperor to eliminate the Sword Saint. That someone wanted to use the Flame Emperor to get rid of the Black Dragon Witch. Someone wanted to instigate vengeance in the Saintis to decisively sour the relationship between the Flame Emperor and the Black Dragon Witch. Who could have told her? In the if scenario shown by the Tower Master, the great guilds collapsed. The heretic questioner died at the hands of a terrorist infiltrating the 10,000 Temple, and the Black Dragon Witch too was taken care of by an assassin. The heretic questioner and the Black Dragon Witch, of all people, were supposed to be thorough with their security. Coincidentally, the guild that verifies and vouches for the identities of those entering the tower is the civil militia. How could terrorists and assassins, Not only enter the tower but also infiltrate the core of the giant guilds. There is only one person with the capability and position to do that. To be trusted means you have the capacity to betray. And there's only one among the guild leaders with a motive to do so. To be able to guarantee means you have the power to manipulate. The Tower Master showed me an illusion to prove that Yasuha can change too. But even in that illusion, the tower was destroyed and the giant guilds collapsed. Why? If you're going to show me an illusion, you could have shown the perfect world, so why deliberately, why a broken world to me? Because the Tower Master cannot ignore human wishes. Even if it's a wish soaked in blood, Patricius' wish was to rightfully retaliate against the slaughterers. Just that wish alone was something the Tower Master couldn't ignore. For a very long time, I think I already knew. Hishmith Crits. I opened my lips. You wouldn't know everything I just mentioned. You wanted to provoke me as if the trust I've built up until now was nothing but a sandcastle. You wanted to strip down the secrets held by my comrades one by one, display them to me, and drive me to a point where I can't trust anyone anymore, not even myself if possible. But I know more than you think I do. About Patricia. About my friends. I know the expressions they've shown, and even the expressions they've never shown. I've seen and understood things about themselves they don't even know. It's not that I reached out my hand because I didn't know. It's not that I gave my trust while being ignorant. It's not because I believe they wouldn't do such things that they aren't the type to do so. I gripped my sword. I am by their side, and they trust me to prevent those who could do such things from doing them, to stop those who could commit such acts from committing them. There is no secret you can reveal that has a blade sharp enough to break me. How dare you, you insignificant brat! Humans aren't dolls meant to be displayed in your glass garden. With all my strength, I struck the floor of the labyrinth with my sword. Nobody lives to be displayed by others, and nobody has the right to display others. Screech dash, centered on where I struck. They'll bring you down from here. The world of glass was torn apart. Chapter 334. The Constellations Auction 1. Right after slaying a constellation. Let's talk about something else for a moment. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring this up, but what does it matter? I had the right to ramble on as I pleased. So, a long time ago, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth and tobacco sales targeting them were quite profitable, it is said that every stationery store had a 101 gacha machine in front of it. During this period, gacha enthralled children. Of course, I wasn't even born during that era, so I know little about the gacha craze. However, I have always harbored a very rational level of suspicion that perhaps my seniors were captivated by it, leading to the era after dinosaurs went extinct when gacha games were rampant on mobile phones, even from the distant days of my childhood. Why suddenly talk about gacha? Of course, there is a perfectly rational reason. The presence of the eye living in the labyrinth fades. The moment I sliced through the massive serpent in a straight line. Keek! From between the segments of the snake's body, that is, inside the body cut into left and right parts, a very small snake, almost indistinguishable from a worm, popped out with a snap. Cutting through the giant snake resulted in a much smaller snake springing out. At that moment, I recalled the gacha that popped open to reveal a toy inside. What? Why? Just because. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests. The snake that crawled out from the serpent's corpse was small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Sorry to keep comparing it to a worm, but honestly, it looked like it could be bullied by a slightly larger worm. Yet, its scales resembled the waves of the sea. Its distinct inverse eyes shone brightly with color, even from its tiny body. Ultimately, based on logical reasoning, I could only mutter the following. Could you possibly be the true body of Hishmith Crits? The worm-sized snake cried sorrowfully. The snake living in the labyrinth cannot hide its crying out of frustration. The snake, bending its body, repeatedly struck my palm with its upper body, seemingly trying to express its injustice to the fullest extent possible. Had I seen this scene alone, I might have felt a bit of pity. Wow, what's this? Really? This real-life worm is the eye living in the labyrinth? Amazing. However, wrapped around my neck, a natural for attracting aggro from constellations, was the fox Nim curled up and sitting. What do we do with this guy, huh? What should we do? If you go in front of the followers in this form and shout, I am the constellation that governs all secrets, the I living in the labyrinth. Not only will you not gather faith, but the faith you have gathered so far will fly away like wild birds. Won't it? This bastard. You say bastard? You still haven't come to your senses. Maybe we should quickly call the apostles and have them professionally nourish this divine body. Calling the apostles shouldn't be too hard, right? Em? If I press this, will the emergency alert activate and communication open? This deity, the real snake on my palm, shed tears drop by drop. It seemed quite upset. Please don't reveal this form to the followers. Please. I beg you. I scratched my cheek.
Hey, Kim Zombie.
Meanwhile, Bei Hurayong spoke softly. Calm down your anger. When did I get angry? I'm the same as usual. The same? What do you mean the same? You're heated because your friend was insulted. Don't try to fool me. Fool a ghost instead. Though I am a ghost. Bei Hurayong sighed. Really now, if you look closely, there's no one as emotional as this guy. Really, people don't know that. He just lives by his emotions and dies by them. Sigh. Right? Although I hate to admit it, Bei Hurayong's jest had its effect. A lot. I gently touched the handkerchief. The heightened emotions, the desire for revenge, various flames of anger I felt during the recent fight calmed down in an instant. By the time I was nodding my head, I had completely returned to my usual calm. Thank you. I calmed down. That's right. Yes. Now that I'm fine, let's see. The warhorse of the eternal plains laughs uproariously at this scene. The lone seeker of truth is shocked by the scene in front of him and repeatedly hits the desk. The incarnation of love and lust laughs, saying it's the first time in 10 years they've laughed like this. First, I need to deal with them. Excuse me, but from now on, I wish to speak only with Hishmith Kritz, just the two of us. Discussions may include strategies for conquering stages and other military secrets. I am very thankful for the interest from all the constellations, but I kindly ask you to step back for today. Fortunately, the constellations immediately agreed to my polite request. The warhorse of the eternal plains withdraws. The incarnation of love and lust asks to please record this scene on video as they withdraw. The lone seeker of truth disappears, unable to stop laughing no matter what. Good. I've dealt with the outsiders. Now it's really time to get to the main topic. Hishmith Kritz SSI. With a voice devoid of any emotion, I respectfully bowed my head towards the small snake in my palm. The snake seemed a bit startled too. If a real snake could have a facial expression, it would be awkwardness. The real snake spoke. Hi. Hishmith Kritz, my authority lies in secrets and revelations, labyrinths, and mazes. O Death King, the sky that gathers screams. Yes. I nodded. As you said, my name is Kim Gongja. I'm a newbie who has just caught the tail end of becoming a constellation. I have a few questions to ask, if you have the time? Of course it's fine. Speak. On my right palm, Hishmith Kritz curled up, visibly tense. I sighed once more and said, why did you try to attack me? Even going so far as to team up with Musha for a surprise operation. For a reason similar to that bastard. Because of you, that guy can no longer grant the wishes of humans in reincarnation without conditions. She has become a power that requires your permission, which is utterly ridiculous. That's not even a constellation anymore, let alone a god. The small snake god's lament, of course, was also directed at itself. The two most common wishes my followers pray for are these. Please let me know that guy's secret. Please ensure that no one knows my secret. From my point of view, both wishes are equally important. 99% of the reason my followers rely on me and send their faith is because of those wishes. So, there was a problem? Exactly. All because of you. The real snake cried out. Again, it was a real snake. No matter how loudly the real snake cried, it had no force, and it only caused an effect less significant than a breeze brushing through my hair. Cook. Realizing this, the snake began to recite in a low voice, with a look of injustice on its face. I provided my followers with the highest level of security. Except for me, Hishmith Kritz, no one else could handle the secrets of a follower. But then, I realized. The trauma penalty? Don't tell me that because of that, a security flaw has emerged? Yuk! Yes, that's correct. The real snake buried its head in my palm. Thump, thump. It wasn't apologizing to me but was punishing itself for its foolish judgment by self-inflicted headbutting. Thanks to you, you've essentially made it possible to uncover everyone's past. Any secret is merely a treasure chest that requires a bit of effort in front of you. And in your hands, you might as well hold the golden key that can unlock any chest. Indeed, I've become unable to guarantee perfect secrecy. My apostle on the 50th floor had his entire past exposed through trauma, while none of the security barriers and system structures I had set up worked at all. They were utterly useless. I see. I nodded. It seems your authority has suffered irreversible damage. Yes. And let me say again, it was all you're doing. I've said this to Musha as well. Originally, the Returner's Clockwork Watch was designed by you folks with the thought that it would be fun, wasn't it? But it's karma. You were arrogant and careless, living without knowing how your actions would come back to you. And finally, the arrow returned to pierce the back of your heads. It was a staple of mythological themes. Consider it a relief that you were defeated by such a divine klitch. It was fate from the beginning. Ku-Keek. It was when I was stroking the body of the constellation that had become a real snake with my finger. Is the story roughly settled? Thump. It's been quite a while since I've seen the egg of a serpent god. Or rather, not the egg but the inside of an egg. So, the inside of a completely closed metamorphosis dust looks like this. Heck. The Wand of Ages. One of the only 6 pillars in the tower. Magician. Yep. I was the arbiter of this duel, so it's only right that I distinguish between the winner and the loser. Congratulations. The winner is the Death King. The loser is the eye living in the labyrinth. This is the victory and defeat of the two are guaranteed by me, a pillar. However, and the magician winked one eye. Also, because I'm in charge up to the 70th floor. Within the 70th floor, a somewhat free stage arrangement is possible. A slightly ominous premonition hit me. Excuse me. By free arrangement, you mean? The simple. Tenants can choose to leave the house with or without taking their deposit back. And landlords don't stop tenants from leaving or new tenants from coming if they wish. Thump. The magician tapped the air with his wand, and a hologram unfolded. A cartoonishly drawn map from the 61st to the 70th floor. On the 61st, 62nd, and 63rd floors, my face was drawn. Additionally, the fox Nim wrapped around my neck. Our faces were depicted somewhat comically like caricatures. The 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th, 69th, and 70th floors were different. Faces I had never seen before were reigning as the masters of the stages. Now, the magician danced a little shoulder dance while holding the wand. For exactly 6 minutes from now, from the 64th to the 70th floor, free trading is allowed. The magician's somewhat playful words were filtered through an emotionless message and echoed throughout the tower again. Free trading is now available from the 64th to the 70th floor. The time limit is 6 o'clock. Tenants and those wishing to rent, please trade freely. What in the world is happening? As I stared blankly at the hologram the magician had drawn, failing to grasp the situation, a message appeared. The 64th floor stage is listed for sale. The manager of the 64th floor, the righteous nine-tailed fox, promises to hand over the stage management rights to anyone interested, regardless of the deposit, monthly rent, or anything else. I'm not sure how transactions among constellations work, but from my human perspective, that offer seems absurdly unreasonable. The next in line after the 63rd floor is the 64th floor. However, the very next moment, I realized the cause of this phenomenon. The righteous nine-tailed fox screams that if they can escape the path of this Death King, they wouldn't mind giving away the stage management rights for free. The 65th floor stage is listed for sale. The manager of the 65th floor, a goose is still a goose when flipped, flaps away into the distance. The 66th and 67th floor stages are listed for sale. The managers of the 66th and 67th floors, the rubber duck that oversees the ocean, deflate themselves and sink deep into the sea. The cause of this unprecedented stage tenancy auction race was none other than me.
Kim Jong-ya.
Chapter 335. The Constellations Auction. 2. The 68th floor stage is now up for auction. The 69th floor stage is now up for auction. I blankly listened to the messages ringing one after another in my head, becoming so bewildered that my face almost turned into a fish face, like a carp bread. Face like this. No, this pun isn't quite right. Let's just keep staring blankly. The 70th floor stage is now up for auction. Stop. Finally, the last floor among the stages that could participate in the auction was put up for sale. The pillar of the tower, the Wand of Ages, announced the end of the listings. Beyond this point is not the territory I oversee. If you want to escape from the Death King, you should look for another pillar. There might be constellations who don't know who I am, or even constellations hearing about the existence of a pillar for the first time. But consider this a special case. The message cut off and silence ensued all around. Now, since the items have been listed, shall we look for a buyer? It wasn't long. I will explain the gist of the auction. Click. The Wand of Ages tapped the air with the end of the staff. As you know, the Death King is a hunter, in other words, a challenger climbing the tower towards the 100th floor, Sky's extreme point. He is also a constellation who has received the name, the sky that gathers screams, though not fully blossomed yet. Indeed, hunter is also a term used in the tower for those who climb it. So, from now on, it's not a fight between a teacher giving a test and a student taking it, but a fair duel between warriors. The magician's voice was low in tone and temperature, like the sound of a piano softly playing outdoors on a winter day. Constellations dwelling above in the tower momentarily became spectators, listening to the magician's song. I believe every warrior has the right to flee from a duel. The magician's eyes were silver. A sword should only be wielded by those who wish to use it in a duel. Eyes resembling the color of a blade looked at me. So, who willingly wants to duel with the Death King? Among the countless constellations, which beast hasn't forgotten the joy of victory? Who is the snake that, even after ascending to the sky, cannot shed the pleasure of its scales scraping against the ground? Which star, even after being embraced by the tower master, refuses to serve as its master? What light is it scattering now? Click. With that, the magician rolled his tongue inside his mouth. 64th floor. Auction starts. The bird that burns fire bids. As soon as the magician finished speaking, someone sent out a message. The bird that burns fire warns not to bid higher than itself unless one wishes to die. The magician tilted his head. Well, using that tone might just invite more people eager to jump in, you know? The bird that burns fire advises to participate in the auction from the next stage onwards if one does not wish to die. Good. Much better. I found it hard to spot the difference between the two sentences, but it seemed the magician heard a significant distinction. An unknown constellation continuously sent out messages. The bird that burns fire suggests a method for the auction. The bird that burns fire states that it is logical to auction off the next floor every time the Death King defeats a stage, rather than deciding the administrator for up to the 70th floor all at once. The bird that burns fire argues very logically that this is because if the Death King is defeated at the 64th floor, only the constellation that bid for the 65th floor would end up becoming the fool. The magician closed his left eye. That makes sense. The bird that burns fire reminds everyone that it always speaks the truth. Let's assume that's the case. But the most important thing remains. The magician looked up at the sky. The bid? How much do you want to pay for the rights to manage? The bird that burns fire answers. Everything it has. The magician nodded. There's no reason not to accept. The administrator for the 64th floor will be changed from the righteous nine-tailed fox to the bird that burns fire. And with that, it was over. The magician turned his head and looked at me. Death King, step onto the next stage. The fox wrapped around my neck chirped softly. Fox was flicking its tail, asking for my decision. Yes, I see no reason not to accept. I put the snake, Hishmith Crits, that was on my palm into my pocket. Then, I lightly ignored the low hiss it made as I nodded my head. Honestly, this snake was not satisfying enough to slice. Please God, I ask of you. Peep. Upon my words, Fox did not hesitate and immediately declared.
Quest cleared.
The 63rd floor stage has been cleared. A music box only for you will assign you the same quest from the 64th to the 69th floor as the previous stages. You will be immediately transferred to the 64th floor as per your request. Sandstorms enveloped my vision. 3. Zombie. While the scent that crossed the desert wrapped around my nose and swirled through my body, in that brief moment, Bei Hu Ryong spoke directly to my consciousness. I climbed up to the 99th floor but didn't know about the pillars. Thinking about it, it's not like I never encountered a pillar. I must have met one and forgotten about it. To those pillar folks, there must be the authority to erase memories related to themselves. That's right. It must be so. Maybe after all this is over, that is, after you climb up to the 70th floor, the memories might all disappear. It's possible. But the likelihood of that happening is low. Bei Hu Ryong said, You met the Tower Master. No matter how great those pillars are, they can't erase the time marked with meaning by the Tower Master. His voice was calm yet filled with regret. You and I walked different paths. The Sword Emperor said, Follow that path. Finally, the sandstorm completely obscured my vision. Now, there's no one who would dare look down on you as weak. And then I opened my eyes. You have entered the 64th stage. Upon opening my eyes, there was only gray. Only ash stretched endlessly to the horizon. The bird that burns fire manifests. In the middle of that world, a phoenix, a bird entirely engulfed in flames, was fluttering its vast wings. For it was regrettable. An intense smell clung to the mucous membrane of my nose. It was the smell of burning. The bird, engulfed in flames, could easily wrap the world with its two wings. The wings traversed between heaven and earth, and due to the burning wings, there was no distinction between up and down. Looking up or down, everything was burned to ashes. When the Sword Emperor ascended the tower with overwhelming momentum, I ignored him. I scorned him. Thus, I lost the opportunity to contend with the highest-reaching warrior since the tower was erected. It was regrettable, deeply regrettable. I gripped the hilt of my sword. I understand why you participated in the auction. The eyes of the phoenix looked down at me. In fact, it was unclear whether it even had eyes. The phoenix was constantly burning, and there was no part that the flames did not engulf. So, probably the phoenix was glaring at me not with the eyes of the flesh but with the eyes of the soul. You are said to be a successor of the Sword Emperor. Is that true? Even with ears burning in fire, you only pick the correct words to hear. Good. It's a good opportunity. I cannot allow myself to bear two regrets. The phoenix fluttered its wings. The ash that settled on the world stirred, swept up by the wing beats. The gray snowflakes fluttered, brushing against my cheeks. I am the burning fire, a calamity and an ominous bird. I wish to be the last fire left in the world. I am the Death King. I wiped the ash off my cheek. My mouth felt gritty. Ash had swept into my throat, filling it. Willingly chewing and swallowing the remnants left by the fire, I showed my respect for the duel. I am the sword that wishes to break other swords. Further conversation was pointless. In no time, the adjudicator who had followed me onto the stage, the Wand of Ages, stood between us. The magician lifted his long staff and tapped the ground lightly. Taking that subtle signal as my cue, I charged across the ash heap. Hishmith Crits, fulfill your promise. The loser from the previous stage responded to my command. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its power. Wriggle. The thread like snake crawled out of my pocket and coiled around my wrist like a bracelet. The snake had sworn to assist me in conquering the tower, thus fulfilling its promise. The eye living in the labyrinth exposes the enemy's information. Within the flow of aura, time slowed, and in the sluggish current, characters were etched before my eyes. I could see the enemy's true name, the bird that burns fire, Dokiel. Following that, the origin of the phoenix were embroidered in the void. In one stroke, the writing of Hishmith Kritz was as twisted as his own body, yet as clear as the gleam in a hermit's eye, making it easy to read. Plus, Dokiel is fire. If water represents the righteous path as it flows downward, fire is the rebellious heart going against it. Dokiel's fire symbolizes emotion. Fire consumes others to grow itself. It has no eyes to see the world. Therefore, Dokiel governs the realm of emotion, specifically the blinded ones. Hatred, loathing, and most of all, the pleasure that melts away in self-display. It screams as if about to die immediately but never dies. In fact, it only kills others. If I was lost in the pleasure of observing others, Dokiel is addicted to displaying himself. Demanding to be the sole focus, its reality is such that without anything around to burn, it cannot burn itself. Its names are the fire that burns fire, the self that consumes itself, blindness, merely a fire that has gone blind. Plus, indeed, I instantly pierced through the identity of the phoenix. It wasn't just a grudge for not being able to fight the Sword Emperor. The constellation's wings fluttered. In other words, the phoenix squinted its eyes. Despite having an appearance far removed from humans, I was confident in my ability to read the expression of fire more than anyone. I saw its psychology through the angle at which the flames wrapped around the constellation bent, the way the flames split, and the signs of embers burning. You were merely vexed for not participating in the event known as the Sword Emperor. A duel between warriors wasn't your interest. I fought with the Sword Emperor once. I have exchanged swords with him. You're just longing for that title. Envious of the constellations who had it in the past, jealous of those who lost to me, and envious of the genuine constellations who could truly compete against me, you too wanted to join in. I swung my sword while transmitting my voice. Right now, in your head, you're not contemplating how to defeat me, but rather how to stage the most plausible scene to engrave yourself in the memories of other constellations. The phoenix couldn't refute my words. Not that it chose not to, but it couldn't. It wasn't for lack of a rebuttal, but for lack of time to do so. The phoenix couldn't keep up with the accelerated pace of time I had invoked with my aura. When it attempted to utter a single word, I had already spilled a dozen, leaving it no turn to counter. If that was the case with its voice, imagine the speed of the sword. Perhaps it was you who bestowed the flame skill upon Yasuha. Sword Emperor had once appraised, saying that Estelle, the Devil King of Fall Rain, was a D-class constellation. Even if we purely consider the power they possessed, this Firebird would also be about that level. Between D+ and C- grade. I have no time to entertain someone who has no intention of fighting me. Flash. I declared with dual meanings. Be extinguished. And I cut down the constellation that could have become Yasuha's deity. Screams followed. If it took years to cut down the Devil King of Fall Rain, this time, not even seconds were needed. The 64th floor. Duel concluded. The victor is the Death King. The Wand of Ages, having observed the entire fight, declared. The voice quietly settled in the midst of the ash swirling in the air. Then, let's immediately start the auction for the 65th floor. Chapter 336. The Constellations Auction. 3. 5. I have many constellations. It sounds like a sentence that could become a novel title. Something like, my constellations are infinite, or I have 999,999,999 constellations. That's how many constellations I have. Peep. Firstly, around my neck is Fox Nim. A music box only for you is coiled around tightly. Instead of seizing the world's time, God has grasped my time. The proof? Fox Nim always uses its tail as a scarf, gently tightening around my breath. Its ability is perfect interference immunity. No one can deny my time, nor can they distort it. Just that alone, but through it I gained immunity to incomprehensible causal changes. Hiku. And on my wrist is a thread snake. The eye living in the labyrinth hangs like a bracelet. The snake came out of the egg it had made and now must look out at the world outside. It's time not to know the world through the head but to awaken to it with the body. Perhaps the fortunate part is that the knowledge known in the head is the most extensive. This ability is complete secret disclosure. No formidable opponent can hide their secrets in front of me. Birth, origin, source, even strengths and weaknesses. There may be formidable opponents lacking in information, but there are no longer any without any secrets. Heh, just living the dream, aren't we, Kim Zombie? Immunity to status abnormalities, and now you've even got a monster encyclopedia that allows real-time viewing. Behind me is Bei Hurayong. The sword constellation is there. Let's just skip over this gentleman. Goddess of Protection feels it's about time to sort out the hierarchy. Lastly, there's Shiny. Goddess of Protection points out that everything in the world is lined up in a senior-junior relationship. The first constellation to join the hero was herself, and the one that entered through the most proper route was herself, so rightly, the fox and the snake should respectfully refer to her as senior. Goddess of Protection openly declares that she is generous and lenient towards humans, but strict towards constellations. Shiny is what exactly? Really, what is it? How did it manage not to reveal its quirks while with Kim Yul? Or did its quirks start to blossom after meeting me?
Kim Zombie.
They say a sword resembles its master. When it was Constellation Killer's sword, it was as heavy as Constellation Killer, but after becoming your sword, it's as light as rabbit fur. Whose fault could that possibly be? I couldn't possibly know. A mystery indeed. No bids? From a distance, the Wand of Ages spoke. Perhaps my voice was too soft? Let me say it again. The 64th floor has been cleared. Now it's time for the 65th floor. If there are any constellations wanting to bid for the stage, please participate. We can't wait forever. That's right. There's a reason I started bragging about my constellations. Because nobody was participating in the auction. I felt like an auction item that was too expensive to sell. So, even after 3 minutes, the auction did not proceed. The magician sighed in disappointment. Everyone's scared. They're terrified. After the Phoenix got knocked out by the Death King in one hit, they're completely scared stiff. This is why the constellations these days are said to lack willpower. In the past, it was a bit more. On and on. Meanwhile, the hierarchy war between Fox, the Thread Snake, and Shiny was fiercely accelerating. A music box only for you politely asks about the well-being of the intelligence inside the skulls of B-grade constellations, wondering where they got the nerve. The eye living in the labyrinth points out as a mere objective fact that it may have been defeated by the Death King, but not by you nobodies. Goddess of Protection says that speaking of B-grade, being an actual B-grade is truly the strongest, citing Earth's comics as evidence. A music box only for you snorts at using comic writers as a basis for argument. The eye living in the labyrinth threatens to expose your ages. Goddess of Protection says that if they do so, it will reveal that she is the youngest, and tells them to go ahead. Peep, keek, brrr. Noisy. They're so noisy. With 3 constellations gathered in one place, there's never a moment of silence. Goddess of Protection suggests a brilliant idea to the hero. What is it? Goddess of Protection mentions the very obvious fact that she is also a constellation. Alright, so? Then, she suggests that she could also bid in the auction and win the stage. Huh? I blinked my eyes. Wait, is that even possible? Goddess of Protection assures that there is no violation of the rules and unsheathes her blade.
Ah, don't shit it.
I got cut. I'm bleeding now anyway. My mind raced. Swish. Fiddling with the handle of the sword, I estimated one thing after another. But to win the bid, you need something in exchange, right? Like devotion or something. Isn't that considered currency for constellations? Do you have money? Goddess of Protection smiles triumphantly. Shiny explained as follows. 1. Originally, she was a high-ranking constellation governing protection and immortality. 2. Meanwhile, Constellation Killer founded the Ejim Empire. She established herself as the de facto guardian deity of the Ejim Empire. It was as if she had secured a lifetime pension. 3. But at that exact moment, Kim Yul sealed her. 4. Her followers kept sending their faith, but she couldn't use it because she was sealed. It was like a savings account where deposits kept coming in without any withdrawals, so the faith just accumulated. 5. After a long time, I unsealed her. 6. When she finally checked her neglected account, oh my? Shiny sparkled brightly. Goddess of Protection is confident there is no other constellation with such financial power as herself. In short, Shiny had become a deposit millionaire. Indeed, being sealed was a blessing in disguise in some sense. Goddess of Protection declares she will show her status. It seemed more like flaunting wealth than showing status, but I couldn't quite point that out. In any case, Shiny did what she could and wanted to do. Goddess of Protection places a bid. The Wand of Ages, who had been urging other constellations to participate in the auction, looked this way. Even in the magician's eyes, which seemed carefree about everything, there was a slight trace of astonishment. If I were to translate that subtle expression into human language, it would be something like, really? Are you really going to do something so petty? Death King, are you really going to do something so petty? My translation skills weren't dead yet. Oh, it wasn't me. It was my sword. Pickpockets also say it was their hand that did it. No, it's different. I'm the nominal owner, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have free will. If it wants to do it, how can I stop it? But still, there's something called ethics in humanity. A music box only for you breaks its savings account. Fox Nim growled around my neck. A music box only for you places a bid. The magician fell silent. I argued. It wasn't me. It was my scarf. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. My bracelet just... Oh, really now? The magician pinched his forehead. These damn balsamic sauce-like creatures. Fine. When has life ever gone as I intended? If there's no violation of the rules, do as you please. Goddess of Protection doesn't care anymore, only asking who placed the highest bid. Sigh. The magician sighed. He'll change the manager of the 65th floor to Goddess of Protection. A music box only for you protests that this can't be happening. The eye living in the labyrinth is astonished, asking how much was spent. Without me doing anything, the sheath of the holy sword clattered. Goddess of Protection casts a truly sympathetic glance at the junior's loose purse strings. And then, the expected chaos ensued. Quest cleared. The 64th floor stage has been cleared. The 65th floor manager issues you a quest. Plus, Hero's Swordsmanship. Difficulty, B. Mission objective, the ruler of the 65th floor, Goddess of Protection Wea, demands that you strike a pose of Hero's Swordsmanship. Note, if the Goddess of Protection finds the pose unsatisfactory, you must strike the pose once more. Plus, I held the sword at an angle, like how a transforming robot draws its sword to aim at the enemy in the climax scene. Appropriately, the moment I angled the grip flash, a radiant light burst forth from the blade. Quest cleared. The 65th floor stage has been cleared. That's amazing. I shuddered. This is incredibly underhanded. You're the one being underhanded. But the disgrace didn't end there. Goddess of Protection demands the juniors to call her senior. A music box only for you immediately jumps into the auction for the 66th floor stage. As if refusing to accept this, Fox cried out sharply, and the thread snake also wailed. A music box only for you places a bid. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. Goddess of Protection sighs with a look of pity. Goddess of Protection places a bid. What could it be? What exactly are they fighting for? Naturally, deciding on a mascot is bound to get heated. Bei Hurayong chuckled. He perfectly played the part of a local brother enjoying the spectacle. Leave them be. They're sorting out their hierarchy among themselves. This too is a kind of loyalty competition. I never wished for such loyalty, though. Even if you do nothing, they're willing to clear stages for you. Then what else is loyalty? Be happy and suck the honey. It was a very subtle kind of honey. Meanwhile, the chaos intensified. A music box only for you pours in its wealth. The eye living in the labyrinth reveals its hidden secret savings account. Goddess of protection doubles the bid amount. The magician pinched his forehead. They'll change the manager of the 66th floor to goddess of protection. For a moment, the fox and the snake cried out as if the sky was tearing apart. Plus, sword dance. Difficulty, B. Mission objective. The ruler of the 66th floor, goddess of protection Wea, demands that you perform a sword dance. Note, if the goddess of protection finds the performance unsatisfactory, you must dance once more. Plus, the 66th floor was an ancient plane. The time was night, with a full moon hanging in the sky. In this unexpected moonlit night, I began to dance with a sword in hand. Even to me, it seemed like I might appear quite mad. Quest cleared. The 66th floor stage has been cleared. It was incredible. Congratulations, Death King. You're the first hunter to break through stages in this manner since the tower was established. I wish I'd be the last as well. Let's decide that after seeing the next floor's auction. The magician rolled his eyes. All right, let's start the auction for the 67th floor. A music box only for you places a bid. The eye living in the labyrinth places a bid. Goddess of protection places a bid. Just then, the most crimson sommelier places a bid. Finally, a new participant appeared. The magician's eyes sparkled. He immediately raised his staff high. Sold. The manager of the 67th floor will be changed to the most crimson sommelier. Peep. Keek. Kiek. I won't accept complaints. In both the host and the judge. The bid amounts are naturally confidential, so I can't disclose them. That's the rule I've set. The magician shouted. Hey, Death King. Hurry up and go, before he changes his mind. And so I did. 6. You have entered the 67th stage. The most crimson sommelier manifests. Have you ever heard of crocodile tears? It's said that crocodiles shed tears when they crunch down on their prey, becoming synonymous with insincere sorrow. What's the point of appearing sorrowful after killing? If killing is killing and sorrow is sorrow, they argue. Sniff sobi. But the crocodile tears falling before me now seemed genuinely heartfelt. Sobiuk, sobi. It was a crocodile wearing a cloak. This crocodile, designed to walk on 2 legs rather than 4, pounded the ground with its hands, not its front legs. Dressed in a fine suit all over, not just a cloak on its shoulders, it would have passed for a respectable gentleman if not for its crocodile head. Why, oh why, does this happen to me? The crocodile gentleman was sobbing miserably. How despicable, Death King. Despicable. How could you resort to such underhanded tactics? You should have quietly waited for the other constellations to enter the auction, maybe for 100 or 200 years. Why? Couldn't you wait for that moment and hoard the stages? So, you were planning such a nefarious delay tactic, huh? Despicable creature. Never have I seen someone as vile, venomous, and despicable as you. It's not like I did anything, and yet here we are. Chapter 337. Blood and Alcohol, 1. So, what are you going to do? I flicked the holy sword. The crocodile gentleman, who was already sobbing miserably, swallowed a scream upon seeing the tip of my blade. Hick! What do I do? What do you mean? Regardless of the circumstances, you've placed a bid. And you've won it. Now, whether it turns out to be poison or food, we need to determine who has the right to become the constellation of humans. That, you appeared before me because you don't want to lose that faith, don't you? A duel? 1-on-1. A fair and square fight? The crocodile gentleman looked at my sword. Gulp. His massive crocodile neck covered in scaly skin bobbed. Deal? Wait a moment. I didn't come here to fight you 1-on-1. Despite appearances, I am a gentleman. Then what did you come here for? Even if I have to surrender, my man, we should at least talk first, shouldn't we? After knowing who we are, then we can decide whether to turn it into poison or food, right? I lowered one eyebrow. You might not know because you've blasted through from the 50th floor to here in no time. Among the constellations dwelling in the upper floors, there's this thing called connections. It's just different in form and degree, similar to where humans live. Similar. After all, didn't the ox that harvests ruins collaborate with the eye living in the labyrinth to attack you? The crocodile gentleman pulled out a handkerchief from his suit pocket and kept wiping his forehead. Though being a crocodile, he shouldn't be sweating. In short, you're saying you're scared to fight me? That's not it, yeah. Damn it. Scared.
Im Skarit.
Are we done now? Where did such a person suddenly pop out from? Why are you getting angry at me? If possible, let's solve this with words. With words. Do you know how many divine powers you've consumed by now? Keep eating like that and you'll get indigestion. Young man. The regression of Musha, the information of Hishmith crits, and what was it, all sorts of constellations I can hardly remember. Eating you want make me more indigested than I already am. Of course, that's a damn truth. The crocodile shed tears drop by drop. He was an honest gentleman. But when I look at you, young man, you seem quite transparent. At least someone who tries to be transparent. You are. Then, shouldn't we first try to resolve this through dialogue as it's the usual way? It was the moment I took on a thoughtful pose. The eye living in the labyrinth cautiously speaks to you. I looked down at my wrist. There, coiled up like a wristwatch, was a thread snake. SSSS. The thread snake raised its tiny head high, fretting whether I might hit it. It was quite cute. Though, in reality, it was none other than the notorious villain who turned countless humans into life-size dolls for display. The eye living in the labyrinth says, it might be unnecessary meddling, but... Why? What is it? Everything that Crocodile Gentleman has said so far, without a single exception, has been a lie. The eye living in the labyrinth secretly tips you off. I slowly shifted my gaze. In front of me, the crocodile was still wiping his non-sweaty leather skin with a handkerchief. Both my eyes and the snake's eyes were watching him side by side. The eye living in the labyrinth makes a judgment. Of course, I don't expect us to understand each other through conversation from the get-go. Conversation, communication, it's not just about exchanging words. It's a kind of great achievement, isn't it? It's a lie. Perhaps the essence of a conversation is sharing time with each other. Time. Giving time to each other. Talking for 30 minutes now, to someone who has lived 30 years without the other, means nothing. But what about after a year? It's a lie. After starting a conversation, then talking again after a year, 10 years, 20 years, the time between two people overlaps for almost 20 years. Then, a new life continues, comparable to the past 30 years. It's a lie. I don't think I can earn your trust right from the start. However, I wish to be a constellation worth your time, worth getting to know slowly. How about it, Death King? The crocodile blinked. Would you allow me the opportunity to have a conversation with you? And the snake blinked as well. It's a lie. I slowly smiled. Interesting. I gently stroked the head of the still trembling thread snake with my index finger. The thread snake cried softly as if it would sink into the ground at any moment. Even the last statement was a lie. Asking for the opportunity to have a conversation was mixed with lies, no need to think about it. Starting from the word conversation. It's all a lie, isn't it? That's right. He's not asking for an opportunity to talk to me, but an opportunity to ensnare me. That's his true intention. That would be the case. Literally, crocodile tears? I smiled at the crocodile gentleman. Very well. I saw the crocodile gentleman's eyes light up. Please arrange it. A place for conversation. 2. It was soon revealed that the conversation the crocodile gentleman spoke of was not a one-on-one conversation. It was a gathering including constellations whose powers were threatened by me, constellations whose territories overlapped with the domain I would manage, in short, constellations currently in dire straits. The most crimson sommelier has won the auction for the 67th floor manager rights. The Eternal Dance of the Twins has won the auction for the 68th floor manager rights. The Noble with Dry Handprints has won the auction for the 69th floor manager rights. Several constellations were waiting for me, sitting at a long table. Not just a long table, but excessively long. The table stretched endlessly, converging towards the vanishing point on both sides. The space arranged for the conversation followed the table, elongating. We could sit facing each other, but that was all. To get to the other side, one would have to use their body, not just words. "Come sit down, Death King. Welcome." The crocodile gentleman greeted me warmly. "We all wish to have a conversation with you. Despite appearances, everyone here is quite shy, so they only came out because I led the gathering." Haha, people big or small are naturally shy. It's a lie. I already know. I looked around at the faces introduced by the crocodile gentleman without losing my smile. It's an honor to introduce you to the Eternal Dance of the Twins, a very rare pair of twin constellations among the stars. The twins sitting across the table nodded their heads at the same time, in the exact same moment at the same angle. "Nice to meet you. This is our first encounter." Even the timing of their speech overlapped. One had a high pitch while the other had a low pitch, yet they harmoniously created a chord just by speaking ordinarily. The twins were expressionlessly interlocking fingers with each other. "Isn't it peculiar?" The crocodile gentleman laughed heartily. "It's not that each of them is a constellation on their own, but together they form a constellation. Perhaps they're actually one person, just appearing to be two on the outside. Who knows? Now, next is, I am the Noble with Dry Handprints. Little one." A constellation in flamboyant attire spoke up. The constellation looked at me with eyes full of hatred. Eyebrows furrowed, forehead wrinkled, and the corners of the mouth twisted grotesquely. "I expect nothing from you, but probably wasn't just me that was hated." That expression was aimed at the masses in general. The anger must have solidified at some point and turned into skin. It was a face that hated something rather than someone, and to the question of what that something was, it could only answer with its own life. "Only one thing." The Noble glared at me. "I only hope you understand my circumstances. Come on. Come on. Let's save such talks for later." The crocodile clapped his hands urgently, his short arms making the applause look clumsy. "In honor of this meeting being successfully convened, let's bring out the alcohol." With the sound of clapping, boom, the doors of the meeting room opened. From there, butlers dressed in evening wear walked out in a line. The butlers were carrying bottles of what appeared to be wine. Very, very precious wine. The crocodile smacked his lips. As my alias, the most crimson sommelier suggests, I'm quite picky about alcohol. Brewing human emotions into alcohol, that is my blessed power. However, there was one flaw in the butlers who otherwise appeared perfect. Their chests were hollow. It reminded me of Swiss cheese from a famous mouse cartoon. The butlers had holes right in the middle of their chests. The more desperate the heart, the more lives emotions are embedded. The fresher the aroma and the richer the taste when brewed into alcohol. There was no blood dripping or intestines showing from the hollow spots of the butlers. It was cleanly cut out, just like in cartoons. One of the butlers approached me and tilted the bottle. I always wander in search of humans' condensed emotions, their so-called sincerity. So, you might as well call me the constellation of sincerity. What do you think, Death King? Drip, drop. My glass filled up with a red liquid. Don't you think we have something in common? Cheers. The crocodile gentleman opened his jaws wide. His short arms couldn't hold a glass for him to drink by himself. The gentleman just opened his mouth, and a butler poured the wine into it for him. Gulp. The thick crocodile skin vibrated as the throat gulped. Gulp. Red wine leaked through the teeth, staining the gentleman's neck and white shirt. Delicious. That single word must be the truth, not a lie. Humph. The smell is foul. The Noble elegantly tilted his glass with a scrunched-up face. The twins didn't use a butler to drink, nor did they lift their glasses. They sipped the wine through each other's lips while keeping their fingers interlocked. Not a single drop of the red wine spilled. The timing of swallowing and the gulping of their throats were perfectly synchronized. Perhaps the twins even breathe in and out at the same rhythm? The twins weren't so much drinking as they were ensuring they didn't lose hold of each other. Not just now, but in everything they do. To them, everything that passes by is merely a white background, and the only thing they always prove, the only fact they seek to demonstrate, is that they haven't lost each other. So, indeed, I set down the glass. The level of red liquid inside the glass hadn't decreased at all. Slowly, I looked over the constellations seated across the table. Indeed, you are similar to me, the crocodile gentleman in a suit, the most crimson sommelier, one who takes others' hearts, indulging in emotions. The more secure my position as a constellation becomes, the more trouble it spells for you. I understand that well. The noble dressed flamboyantly, the noble with dry handprints, one who feeds on hatred with anger as his backbone.
Tats VHY implicit.
The two with interlocked fingers. The eternal dance of the twins. One who needs nothing but your acknowledgement. Impleased because it's not someone else, but I, who will bring about your downfall. The constellations stopped moving. The noble stared at me quietly with his lips touching the glass. The twins, with their lips still pressed together, rolled their eyes simultaneously to look at me. The crocodile gentleman slowly closed his jaws. Then he wiped the wine that had flowed between his teeth with a handkerchief. It wasn't sweat he was wiping off, but alcohol, not his own body heat but the blood of others that he had to clean with that handkerchief. Why is that? The crocodile looked at me with eyes full of cracks. If you were going to be hostile from the start, there was no need to have a conversation. There's no reason to be invited here, to come in like this, and bear the misfortune of facing 3 constellations at once. The butlers moved away from the table. More precisely, they backed away a considerable distance from my spot. They began to surround me, drawing weapons like knives from within their clothes. Why show your fangs to us here and now? This meeting wasn't created for talking, was it? I poured the wine from my glass. The red light embroidered beneath the chandelier. However, the wine did not spill over the table and overturn onto the crocodile's head. Splash! Blocked by an invisible barrier, the wine flowed down. Between where I sat and where they sat, a kind of curtain had been drawn over the table. You intended to fight from the beginning, and since you intended to fight, the Wand of Ages must have allowed the bidding. Since you were going to fight, you lure me to fight all 3 of you here. Chim. The crocodile gentleman blinked. That's troublesome. This was merely a precaution, a device prepared just in case, Death King, you're misunderstanding. It's a lie. It was a fact that didn't need to be pointed out. However, if that's what you think, it raises even more questions. Knowing it's a lure and a trap, why did you accept my invitation and come here? I wanted to see. I shrugged my shoulders. What kind of measures you had taken, what kind of strategies you had deployed. Above all, what you looked like. If there were talks, what kind of talks would there be? I wanted to leisurely observe it for once. So, you've seen. What do you think? I gripped the sword. There was a reason the Sword Emperor treated constellations like delicacies. Please come at me all at once. The crocodile gentleman's gaze hardened. You're underestimating us. Eyes slit like a cat's locked on me. Musha only formed an alliance with Hishmith Kritz. It wasn't that the two attacked simultaneously. You don't understand what it means to face 3 constellations at once. You will pay the price for that. Unfortunately, I grasped the hilt of my sword. That statement will soon become a lie. The constellations, all at once, leaped towards me. Chapter 338. Blood and Alcohol, 2. 3. Just before the crocodile gentleman charged at me, he opened his long snout. O tower, fulfill the promise. Behind the crocodile, dozens of butlers were lined up. Clang. The wine bottles they were holding dropped. Clang. Shattered glass burst into pieces. Dyed in wine, the fragments bloomed like royal azalea petals. Most Crimson Sommelier requests an oath to the tower. Sanctuary designation. Approved. The crocodile gentleman's authority was manifested. From this moment on, this place belongs to most crimson sommelier. He who drinks blood and spits it out, worship him. It was a dense fog. The glass fragments sparkled and scattered in all directions. Red. Where they passed, a bright red haze remained. A red mist bloomed in the world. I am strong to the weak. The crocodile gentleman chuckled deeply. That was the sound of a crocodile's laughter. And stronger to the strong. And then we collided. Bang! The crocodile's staff and my holy sword clashed. Of course, I intended to slice through him at once by infusing my aura. However, the crocodile, engulfed in the red mist, seemed unharmed. I frowned. You didn't seem like a martial artist. To be honest, you don't look much like a martial artist either. Young man, you'd suit being a butler more than a swordsman. How about it? In recruiting butlers, have you thought about changing jobs? I've already decided to become a ghost for the Ivantia ducal family. What a pity. They'll prepare a new house for you in the graveyard. I increased my speed a bit more. I divided my sword strikes into 3 paths and poured them out. Bang! Surprisingly, the crocodile gentleman caught up with my speed. With one hand, he adjusted his tie, and with the other, he swung his staff to block my sword. What? I was honestly surprised. Was he skilled enough to attack me? His realm seemed low. Just when I wondered if I had misjudged my opponent's skill, the bracelet on my wrist vibrated. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. Exposure. Your opponent's authority is revealed to you. Hishmith crits. The constellation in charge of information and now my subordinate, Jormungandr, exposed the enemy's true nature. Letters appeared in front of me, wriggling like a snake. Plus, evil parasitizes on goodness. Owner, most crimson sommelier. Effect, the authority of a vampire disguised as a crocodile. When the opponent uses their strength, that strength becomes his own, a truly simple yet troublesome authority. He collects the life, emotions, and souls of his opponents. If you sincerely connect with him and feel you are equals, it's merely a delusion. He sweetly savors the look in your eyes caught in the illusion. His true nature is a parasite. Most crimson sommelier is a parasite among parasites, and no one can withstand his authority alone. Plus, I laughed lightly, so it wasn't that his martial skills were high. Hishmith crits, is it? The crocodile gentleman clicked his tongue as if it were troublesome. So, it wasn't just being captured. You're actually delivering information to this young man. Oh, greatest of snakes. Aren't you embarrassed? I've always admired you. Yet instead of seeking revenge on the one who brought you low, you've become subservient. Disappointing. That's a lie. The bracelet hissed sharply. The eye living in the labyrinth points out particularly that I've always admired you is a lie and hisses at it. There was a reason why constellations found it difficult to cooperate with each other. Twins, what are you doing? It's your turn. That difficult cooperation was, at least here, happening. Don't order us around. From the back, the twins kissed. The angle of the lips and the direction of their heads were exactly the same, causing their small noses to press against each other slightly. But without caring at all, the twins slowly parted their lips, looking into each other's gradually distancing eyes. Oh, Tower, promise. For the first time, the twins let go of each other's hands. The eternal dance of the twins request an oath to the Tower. Rustle. The twins' hair, which had been holding shades of gray, changed. One turned stark white and the other pitch black. The distinction between the white one and the black one was clear. Such sharp contrast between black and white, as if the world itself had split in two between them. Sanctuary designation. Approved. Good. Someone moved upon confirming this scene. It was the crocodile gentleman. The crocodile leaped backward in an instant. Swish! I launched a chasing strike, but it was blocked by the staff the crocodile swirled. Useless effort. Death King. Your realm is now my realm. The crocodile chuckled deeply. As the master of this place, I generously acknowledged the twins' intervention. The crocodile stepped back, and one of the twins, taking the vacated spot, rushed in. It was a substitution. The white twin, the white one, swung a punch at me with an expressionless face. From this moment on, this place belongs to the eternal dance of the twins. Joint ownership is recognized. I thrust my sword forward. He who inflicts and suffers wounds, worship him. Cleanly, the tip of my sword pierced the white one's shoulder. Eh. The white one clutched his shoulder and screamed. Unlike the crocodile gentleman, the white one did not display any skill to simply fend off my attack. One half of the constellation writhed in pain, shedding tears, wondering why they recklessly charged in at that moment. It's okay. Far across the table, standing quietly, the black one smiled broadly. His jet-black hair seemed to absorb all gaze. Whispering flowed. You're not hurt. Blood returned to the white one's eyes. I'm not hurt. It was madness deeper than pain. The white one swung his fist, as if he had forgotten the fact that his shoulder was pierced. I naturally extended my sword to deflect the punch, and in doing so I cut off the enemy's arm. And right after I cut off the arm, I realized, it's okay. The wound I had opened on the shoulder was, before long, completely healed. You haven't been damaged. I unleashed a series of sword strikes. Left, right, uppercut with a speed that the opponent couldn't possibly follow. I launched a relentless attack. The enemy's limbs were torn apart. Each time the white one screamed. And each time, from afar, the black one softly whispered, You haven't been wounded, right? Young. Yes. Where an arm fell off, another grew. Crushed knees stood up again. I didn't hesitate to strike the opponent's neck, but it was futile. That neck shed its layer and grew anew. The black one chuckled. You are noble. No one can wound you. Except for you. All right. Except for me. The black screams and the white whispers intertwined, muddying the air. We are complete. I narrowed my brows. Troublesome. No matter how fatal the wounds inflicted, they seemed meaningless. Even at this very moment, the white one turned into a wreck, swung his fists. I turned the wreck into even more of a rag, but the enemy quickly recovered. You're not hurt. You are nothing. Nothing at all. The black one, with madness flowing in his eyes, kept charging relentlessly. While pondering what strategy might work, new letters were engraved in front of my eyes by the bracelet snake. The eye living in the labyrinth manifests its authority. Exposure. Your opponent's authority is revealed to you, and the power of the twins was laid bare. Plus, the triad complete alliance. Owner, the eternal dance of the twins. Effect, the authority to complete the world. If I interpret the world you are looking at and you interpret the world I am looking at, then the world is complete just by that. A sorcery that closes the world. If I collect everything to match my size to the width of the world, the twins adjust the width of the world to fit their size by collecting nothing. If one of the twins is attacked while the other is unharmed, the attack is nullified. This applies to both physical and mental attacks. Plus, so, if the vampire parasitizes, the twins symbiotically coexist. The former being DPS, and the latter tank. No choice then. In that case, the solution was to strike both the white one and the black one simultaneously. I instantly extended the shadow of my holy sword. The 4 swords unfolded were the authority of Goddess of Protection, the sister swords. Swish! While I was dealing with the white one, I leisurely sent the remaining swords with shadow sword techniques towards the black one. The white one's eyes widened. Even if the wound was nullified, the white one's martial skills were not impressive. He couldn't stop my shadow swords crossing through the air. No! Seeing the 4 swords coming towards him, the black one didn't move an inch. He just watched with a grin. There was a reason for that. Tower. The last remaining member of the enemy party, the noble with dry handprints, closed his fan. Keep the promise. A voice imbued with aura echoed for a moment. The noble with dry handprints requests an oath to the tower. Sanctuary designation. Approved. From this moment on, This place belongs to the noble with dry handprints. The crocodile gentleman urgently shouted through telepathy. I have nothing to do with this. Joint ownership is recognized. A curtain spread over the table blocked my attack for a moment. Chong. One of the 4 swords was repelled. 3 remained. The sister swords flew through the gap created by the repelled companion. That was the moment the noble's authority was activated. He who is resented and despised, worship him. My swords sliced through the black one's body. Clearly they cut. Hic. Ah. But the one who screamed wasn't the black one. It was the white one. The white one, who had been swinging his fist in front of me, suddenly knelt down, clutching his arms. Drip. Blood flowed from a wound I hadn't inflicted. I realized that all those wounds were supposed to have been inflicted on the black one. Indeed, I took a step back. There's no need to ask Hishmith crits for an exposure. And I raised my hand to retrieve the sister swords. Is it damage transference? That's right. The noble with dry handprints spread his fan. I can transfer the wounds someone suffers to another person, if it's justified. That's interesting. There's no way transferring wounds could be justified. I see it differently. The noble glared at the white one. Black. The white one was still moaning, clutching his wounds. However, the noble's eyes, while looking at the white one, were filled with nothing but hatred, just as they were when he looked at me. It's your fault. You're to blame. If you had stopped the Death King, your other half wouldn't have been attacked. There would have been no danger to your other half. It's because you're powerless, because you're weak. Wretched thing. Lowly thing. Lacking from birth. Thus, everything is your fault. If blood must flow here, it must only be yours. The sharp words mercilessly pierced the white one. With a stunned face, the white one looked up at his other half. It's okay. The black one was smiling gently. It's not your fault. It's all the fault of this Death King attacking us. You just tried to protect me. You wanted to protect us. Fine. A few words healed the wounds. New flesh grew and swallowed the blood. The white one stood up, as if head never fallen, harboring quiet hostility in his eyes. I looked around. Most crimson sommelier. The eternal dance of the twins. The noble with dry handprints. A complete dealer, a complete tanker, and a perfect supporter. Oh, didn't I say so, young man? The crocodile gentleman spun his staff like a clown on stage. What it means to take on 3 constellations at once. Remember? You must have realized by now, but it's too late. Just fall from the night sky and hate your foolish past self. Certainly. I nodded. When constellations set their minds to a combined attack, it's indeed formidable.
Imabit impressed.
That's good to hear. Better to be defeated in admiration than to fall in despair. It will at least give you some self-satisfaction. However, you're wrong about there being 3 constellations. The crocodile gentleman blinked. What do you mean? You don't know me well, sommelier. Dueling isn't my forte. I gripped the holy sword. Since the days of hunting demon kings, I've excelled in brawls. Light flowed from the blade. Goddess of protection requests an oath to the tower. The crocodile gentleman opened his mouth in shock. But that brief moan was of no use in stopping me. More precisely, it was of no use in stopping us. Sanctuary designation. Approved. The voice of the tower echoed. From this moment, this place belongs to Goddess of Protection. Chapter 339. Blood and Alcohol. 3. For the Goddess of Protection is made up of 5 fragments. Those pieces are now emitting light around me. He is the one who is worshipped. Idle sword. The goddess is always respected by people. Born. He is an entity of expectations. An entity that must meet expectations. A being that must proudly raise its head until the end of the world. Because he is a monarch. He is the compassionate one. Compassion sword. The goddess always understands the wounds of people. Transplanted. Even if one does not suffer physical wounds, the heart is sown with scars transferred from others. harboring nameless screams in the heart. Because he is a monarch. He is the one who tests. Prayer sword. The goddess always makes judgments. Selected. Whether those who beseech her are sincere, or if they whisper lies to deceive. She tests whether a genuine plea will never be buried under false accusations. Because he is a monarch. He the one who sacrifices. Sacrifice sword. The goddess always suffers, offers herself. As his time is eroded, the time of others blossoms, and as his pain deepens, the lives of others become radiant. Meaningless suffering is not allowed for him, because he is a monarch. He is the one who saves. Salvation sword. The goddess always saves others, abandons herself. She places her own parts that she wanted to protect, preferences, pleasures, tastes, aesthetics on the cold scales. On the other side of that scale are others, other people. To elevate others to that extent, he constantly lowers himself, must lower himself. Therefore, worship. He is the monarch. The goddess of protection manifests. My sword shone brightly. Someone screamed. It was the crocodile gentleman. 5. The promised aphorisms are more than 4. The gentleman opened his eyes wide, looking at me in disbelief. It can't be. That's nonsense. The goddess of protection surely. It must have been the constellation that constellation killer first tore apart. It must have been divided into 5 pieces. A cry of astonishment came through the large teeth of the crocodile. Even if you somehow collected and assembled the pieces, the last fragment, the final piece is still in possession of Constellation Killer. How exactly? Constellation Killer's sword. Indeed, Kim Yul had already kneeled before me long ago. Yet the crocodile gentleman was completely unaware of this fact. Perhaps it was to be expected. The only constellations that could know this would be the ox that harvests ruins, who had pierced through my past, and the eye living in the labyrinth, who had read my information. Deception, yes. It's a trick. Death King. You are not only the king of death but also the king of sorcery. But with such tricks you cannot dash. I have never played with nor allowed such play with my existence. A voice cut off the crocodile gentleman's words. It wasn't my voice. It's been a long time. The light leaking from the holy sword twisted into form. Brilliantly. Somehow the light was not dazzling, as if one could keep looking at it forever. Crackle. Crunch. The cluster of light intensified. Not only the holy sword I held but also the compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. The 4 shadow swords broke apart and were sucked into the light. To manifest completely in one body, truly, it has been a long time. And then huge wings spread. Death King. There were 5 pairs of wings. My warrior. A thunderous sound echoed. As one pair of wings spread, it blew away the table. Boom! When the second wing spread, the walls of the hall were destroyed. The third wing spread, splitting the ceiling. The 4th wing caused a gale, and the 5th, the last wing, covered the sky of this world. The goddess of protection exerts her authority. The angel covered the sun, and 5 shadows were cast upon the earth. I will fight alongside you. Those shadows were the authority of the goddess. The territory cast by the goddess of protection. The world of shadows where only the white wings reign as the sole light, having pushed aside the sun and struck the sky, has descended here. I refuse. The crocodile gentleman screamed as if vomiting blood. Wea, the one who became light as a shadow, the owner of the 67th floor is not you. It's me. It's us. The eternal dance of the twins and the noble with dry handprints, and we, the most crimson sommelier, are the true masters of this place. Your sanctuary will lose its light here. The crocodile's outcry was not just a struggle in vain. The administrator refuses co-ownership. The goddess of protection does not own this place. The sky turned blood red. The sun that illuminated this 67th world twisted from the form I knew well. The sphere that emitted white light suddenly turned black. As if a child had colored it with crayons, line by line, black was drawn. The most crimson sommelier manifests his authority. A black hole. Suddenly, Where the sun was, only an abyss had been pierced. Overflow. From the hole as vast as a massive well. Gush. A liquid thicker than water and stickier than alcohol leaked out. Gush, gush. It was blood. Red blood endlessly flowed from the well in the sky. Look. Every single drop forming this torrent of blood is entirely collected souls of mine. My lovely followers. The crocodile gentleman raised his arms. Drip. Blood poured from the sky. Blood pooled in the crocodile's small palm, overflowing through the thick webbed fingers. This place is my temple. My sanctuary. No one can deny me. That's so. The goddess of protection folded her wings, then spread them horizontally. Light burst forth. White wings cast shadows like a sword's crossguard, and her straightened body like a blade. The flickering sword, the goddess of protection, Wea, said. So I will cut you down. The goddess of protection manifests her authority. The goddess of protection is the administrator of the 65th and 66th floors. Wea extended her hand. Her fingers, curled like hooks, pointed towards the crocodile gentleman. The goddess of protection invades the 67th floor, and then 5 rays of light burst from each of her fingernails, striking the crocodile gentleman. 5. This world is not subject to beginner protection. Battle for floor conquest begins. Currently, a battle for floor conquest is happening between the Lion World, Silver White World, Moon Night World, and Banquet World, Taiguk World, Demon Realm World. Arg! The crocodile screamed. The 5 rays of light engraved on his body, like cracks in the earth spewing lava, were squeezing out blood-red wine from the crocodile's body without cease. The souls are dense. The goddess of protection said. Only a being that can suck the essence of the heart without hesitation can squeeze out such blood. Even a beast that eats flesh would feel compassion towards hairless cubs if it has fur, and even a scaly beast would stop hunting when full. The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. You were less than a beast, an insect. The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. Damn you! You got betrayed and utterly defeated by the very human you chose. A trash that couldn't even handle a lower-class constellation. Yes, I was such an existence. Wea calmly accepted and let the crocodile screams pass, just as a master swordsman deflects the opponent's sword strike. But before that, I was the founding monarch who established an empire. The blade that deflected the strike whirled around like a butterfly, spinning to strike the crocodile's shoulder 3 times. Arg! The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. The most crimson sommelier's existence fades. Stop! In the face of the audacious situation, the allies of the most crimson sommelier stepped forward after being momentarily stunned. The noble with dry handprints shouted at the twins. It's your fault. Why are you frozen? If you had properly played your role, the most crimson sommelier wouldn't have been injured like. Is that really the case? Of course not. The goddess of protection also has allies. Swoosh! There's a well-known weakness to skills that require a target to activate. The constellations blinked in surprise. In the blink of an eye, my fist was already surging through the air. Well then, try to collect out the rainwater with both hands. Meaning something along the lines that you will be able to collect some water, however little it might be, it's still water. My fist plunged directly into the crocodile's abdomen. Boom! The vibration pierced through the crocodile's body and spread like waves through the surrounding air. Drops of blood were mixed in with the intangible waves. Hook! Your abdomen is sturdy. No hole has been made. I swung my fist again. This won't do. It's embarrassing. Thud. The same blood that was scattered around stuck to my knuckles. It's only proper that I, as Wea's master, should at least be able to do as much as Wea. Once again I drove my fist in. Crook! You! A hole was made in the crocodile's abdomen. Thus, even if the noble with dry handprints transferred the damage dealt by Wea's sword strike to the twins, the amount of wine bursting from the crocodile did not decrease. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. The existence of the most crimson sommelier fades. Ah! The sky opened. As more wine burst from the crocodile's abdomen, blood gushed from the hole in the sky. Like a broken sewer during the monsoon season, blood gushed endlessly. The most crimson sommelier can no longer maintain authority. A baby crocodile, caught in the crimson flood and swept away, was probably the dismal end of the sommelier. Initiating rank adjustment. The most crimson sommelier's title is revoked. The quest of the 67th floor has been cleared. Updating the results of the floor conquest. The 67th floor is now under the management of the goddess of protection. Good. I turned my head. There the goddess floated. We exchanged glances over the fallen crocodile's remains. Yes, warrior. That was the end of our conversation. I ran towards the left. Weah flew to the right. Only the crocodile's remains were left in the middle, swallowed by the blood-red flood, swept somewhere. At the end of Weah's flight, there stood a figure in white. At the end of my path, there stood a figure in black. If attacking one side makes no difference, I threw my fist towards the figure in black. Then attack both sides simultaneously. Weah swung her wings at the figure in white. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. But just as the crocodile attempted and failed to block the simultaneous strike with damage transfer, the administrator refuses co-ownership. The noble with dry handprint does not own this place. The goddess of protection, now the administrator of this floor, deflected the authority just as the crocodile had. Damn it! The noble with dry handprint invades the 67th floor. Too late. The conflict erupted on both sides of the battlefield first. It was a fight that was disadvantageous to the twins from the start. The twins were only ever meant to play the role of tanks. Their martial prowess was not remarkable. On my opposite side, Weah swung her several pairs of wings simultaneously. Struck down. The figure in white was shattered to pieces. It's okay. The figure in black, now facing me, said to the figure in white, "You're okay." Even as I approached right up to him, the figure in black did not resist. Perhaps he lacked the ability to resist. The figure in black's concern was solely directed towards his other half. It's okay. As long as I am here, you are. Yes. I swung my fist. As long as you are here, that is. A storm of punches ensued. The figure in black was fully exposed to my attack. So much so that he couldn't continue saying he was okay. His shoulder was hit and his jaw was attacked. With the figure in black's words gone, there was no one left to negate the damage to the figure in white. The first to fall was the figure in white. Unable to deny the accumulating damage any longer, the figure in white eventually broke. Splash! Into the blood-filled surface of the horizon, the figure in white collapsed powerlessly. The fate of the figure in black was no different. The figure in black fell to the ground, onto a rock, his body shattered by my punch. It's a remarkable thing to grit your teeth and stand up again. I looked down at the figure in black. In contrast, the figure in black's gaze was not on me. Below the fluttering wings of Weah, he only stared intently at the figure in white, who was dimly submerged in the water's surface. If each time you became a little stronger, today I wouldn't have claimed victory. But instead of chewing, you spat it out. That's all. The figure in black smiled with his eyes. Finally, he turned his head, looking up with unfocused, pupilless eyes, filled with nothing but darkness. There are people in the world who cannot become stronger. I nodded. Silently. A moment later, the figure in black spoke. You guys can become stronger. His lips held a smile. Die all of you. That was the curse left by the constellation of the twins to the world. The existence of the eternal dance of the twins fades. Initiating rank adjustment. The title of the eternal dance of the twins is revoked. The bodies of the figure in black and the figure in white disintegrated simultaneously into ash. Where the figure in black had lain, a parrot with only one wing raised its head. The quest of the 68th floor has been cleared. Updating the results of the floor conquest. Yes. I turned to look at the last remaining constellation. You bastards! The noble with dry handprint was furious. But it was a futile rage. As proven in old games, a lone supporter left alone can only quietly take the portal. A supporter who refuses to take the portal will only have their name displayed on the scoreboard. The noble must have understood such a fate. Yet, the noble still glared at me with eyes burning with hatred. Splish, splash. The sound of blood splattering as I approached, and Wea flying after me. Everything reflected in his eyes seemed hateful. Now, there is no constellation left for you to transfer the damage to. The noble looked at Wea. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. The goddess of protection refuses. The authority is nullified. Probably, the noble tried to transfer the damage he was about to receive to Wea. But such a procedure would have required the consent of the other party. Naturally, Wea refused. The noble glared at me. The noble with dry handprint manifests his authority. The noble with dry handprint has chosen you to bear the damage he is about to receive in his stead. Do you accept the choice? I shook my head. The authority is nullified. The noble gritted his teeth. You must understand me. It's not my fault. Not a wrongdoing. It's your fault, all of yours, the tower's mistake. Everything is rightfully so. Therefore, you must understand my situation. I extended my hand. Gradually, Wea disintegrated. The 5 pairs of wings fell apart, turning into 5 swords. The 5 swords then merged together, forming into a single holy sword. No, I grasped the hilt of the holy sword. Your presence in the tower is already proof that you have been understood by the Tower Master. You mean me? Fully. More than enough. The sword traced an arc. With a splash, something heavy fell into the crimson surface. The existence of the noble with dry handprint fades. Initiating rank adjustment. The title of the noble with dry handprint is revoked. A chicken fluttered up from the surface. It was a chicken with a red comb. The chicken, its white feathers dyed red, swam past my feet. Thus, the quest of the 69th floor has been cleared. Updating the results of the floor conquest. The alliance of the 3 constellations fell under my blade. You have earned the right to challenge the 70th floor. The path to the 70th stage was opened. Chapter 340. Absolute Music Part 1. 1. You will be immediately transported to the 70th floor as per your request. I was enveloped in a whirlwind without hesitation. You have entered the 70th stage. The scent of sand, heated by the sun since the smell of the sun. In my childhood, there was a lazy fragrance that wafted when I suddenly looked at my palm while playing in the modest playground. Fragrant loam. My body and mind, which had been heated up from the battle just moments ago, settled down. There was also a message I heard after a long time. The lady who walks the mirage blesses your ascent. Had she been watching my fight from somewhere? Imagining the lady lounging on a sofa, tearing into a bag of potato chips while watching, made me smile. You look relaxed. Even your expression is different. Another pillar stood before me. The Wand of Ages was sitting there. It's been quite a while since a challenger has appeared in the lobby I manage. The one who stood behind you, even the Sword Emperor, when he came up here, had a calm expression like you. The magician narrowed his eyebrows. No, he had an even more relaxed expression. Perhaps it's those with such demeanor who succeed in ascending.
Im Kurios.
What kind of face did he have? He had a face that said, "Aren't you going to offer a drink to your guest?" He actually said that too. Of course, he included some quite novel swear words when he spoke, but I won't tell you those. I clicked my tongue and looked back at Bei Hurayong. Bei Hurayong showed a what? Look, I don't remember doing that. Of course, as soon as I entered here, I thought that this place was so shitty, thinking there wouldn't be anything to gain, almost to the point of feeling like a beggar. But anyway, I don't remember that. Of course, the Sword Emperor himself wouldn't be able to recall. The magician spoke as if he had heard Bei Hurayong's grumbling. He probably hadn't actually heard it. He just possessed the intelligence to predict things not heard by the ears as if it were natural. It's not just the Sword Emperor whose memory has been peeled away. All those who met us pillars for the first time in the tower lose their memory. Even the memory that there was just a stage auction happening is quickly fading. Yes, Death King. Except for you. The magician leaned on his long staff. The 70th floor was a white world without mountains, rivers, or plants. However, it was different from the pure white waiting room, where the lady had stayed. SSSRRKK large and small cubes moved as if they were Rubik's cubes. Some cubes were as huge as the moon. Another cube was smaller than a fist. SSSRK. The cubes moved incessantly, like cogs in a never-ending motion. The cubes blended with the white background, then protruded out to form sharp edges, and disappeared into whiteness again. That, just gathering for a moment before returning. The simple cycle that repeats for eternity was the celestial body and object of this world. What do you wish from me? The one who wished for oblivion was the Tower Master. The magician prodded the question that rushed from the east starting from the west. The Tower Master, Amethyst, wanted the tower to be entirely yours. At least, she wanted you to be under that illusion. The less visible the administrator's trail, the better. And yet, every time we ascend a stage, she gives us a message to bless us. The magician smirked bitterly. Selfish, isn't it? Because the Duchess can't stand not letting you know that someone is there with you. Such is the nature of a god who only wants to exist when you need him. Cubes moved slowly behind the magician. I cannot save the Tower Master. Everyone chosen as a pillar is the same. In a way, to the Tower Master, we are like the Constellation Killer is to you. We owe a debt. We depended on her for our lives. All we can do is just help the Tower Master. Everyone born in Zrakwa in the same world as the Tower Master is bound by fate. The magician looked at me. But it's different for someone from the outside. I was guessing what the magician meant. Like the Sword Emperor. Like me. Exactly. His silver eyes sank. Death King. It's not that I don't erase your memory. I can't erase it. You have earned that status and authority on your own. If you wait 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until 1,000,000 years pass and 10 million years fade, someone will come to climb to the 99th floor. Eventually, someday the 100th floor will be broken too. However many times it takes. But when another being will be granted a position like yours, who knows? You are a miracle. From a gap created by the lady, through a seam spun with Musha and Hishmith crits, nourished by the rain Hamustra provided, you bloomed. You caught the loophole in the spider web spun by the Tower Master. And I have no intention of waiting once more for a miracle where life blooms in the universe. I asked again, what do you wish from me? Only what you will come to wish for. That moment, the magician raised his staff and touched the void. A corner of a cube that popped out from the white background was touched by the staff. Until now, you have fought in the specialized field. The cube was dyed with color. The cube turned yellow, its angular corners worn away. No, melted away. It was as if paint was flowing out of a balloon pricked by scales. Unlike the balloon, however, the capacity of the cube was infinite. From now on, you must struggle in the non-specialized fields. The yellow paint melted down, soaking the floor. First, at the feet of the magician. Next, over my shadow. The places you haven't paid much attention to until now. And then the horizon. My feet were dyed a bright yellow. The yellow was gentler than gold and as soft as a wheat field. Being a martial constellation doesn't mean only warriors serve it. Stepping on the color of wheat grains, the magician looked down. Even a merchant who has lived a lifetime away from martial arts might get into a fight with a robber in some dark alley. A musician pursuing love might duel with a rival. Music, medicine, magic, academics, agriculture, commerce, navigation. In the yellow waves, human figures were reflected. Someone was striking the ground with a pickaxe, while another was steering a ship towards an unknown sea. Ting. A man was plucking the strings of an instrument resembling a violin. These are the fields you must be willing to reach out to if you want to become a constellation. Well, to put it grandly, simply put, these are non-specialized, amateur fields for you. The corners of the magician's mouth twitched like mimosa leaves. Took me a moment to realize that was a smile. So, Whether you've cleared the stage or not, we naturally have to call in an expert to judge, don't we? The magician struck the floor with his staff. Whoosh! Light burst forth, and within it, a vague figure formed. It was the shape of a person. A dash. Perhaps he was in the middle of a meal. Someone summoned by the magician appeared in the same seated posture and crashed down with a clang, squashing his buttocks. Ow! Oh, the Black Dragon Master? Or the heretic questioner? It's troublesome to summon me like this without an invitation. The impressive part was how stable the landing was. Despite being summoned abruptly and falling over from an entirely unprepared action, the person immediately rolled on the floor and stood up. And then our eyes met. Oh? Both of us knew each other all too well. What is it, Kim Gongja? Was it you who called me? I didn't know you had learned summoning magic. The polished armor shone brilliantly. As far as I knew, there was only one person in my life who went around wearing armor in everyday life. Patricia. That's right. I was worried for nothing. I thought some emergency had arisen and I was summoned in haste, so I was momentarily tense. It was indeed the Crusader. For your information, Kim Gongja, even after knowing my real name, you are the only friend who didn't make a Patrash joke. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask in this situation, but what is that? What do you don't know Patrash? The Crusader looked shocked. Are you in your right mind? I don't see why I should be treated like this. That's serious. It's a sign of the apocalypse. Kim Gongja, what exactly do you know? For what purpose were you born? And yet, can you call yourself a representative hunter of our tower? I recommend you deeply reflect on your life. After reflecting, go watch A Dog of Flanders and cry. The reason you have tear glands is precisely for that. Okay, I'm definitely sure now that this isn't the kind of conversation we should be having right now. One thing was clear. Despite not having seen each other for a long time, the fact that we didn't ask about each other's well-being but instead questioned each other's sanity meant our relationship was 360% friendship. Why exactly 360%? Well, because it's come full circle. Death King. While Patricia and I were bewildered, the Wand of Ages spoke up. It'll tell you the quest that needs to be solved from the 70th floor. We both turned to look at the magician. Make that person your follower. From the 71st to the 79th floor. One person per stage. In total, you must recruit at least 9 followers. That is the first mission you must accomplish as a constellation. The magician moved his lips. This time it was a clear smile. A constellation without followers does not exist. 2. The room quietened down. Indeed. I've got it. I've understood everything perfectly. In other words, it was not the humans but a ghost that was a bit noisy. Why I had people like the Sword Emperor's followers tagging along with me, I couldn't understand. If a religion that worshipped me as a god were to form, I would have been the first to storm in and smash it to bits. Hey, why would you assholes turn a perfectly alive person into a ghost for a memorial service? You are a ghost, you know. No, I'm not. I wasn't. Bei Hurayong snorted. I thought it was strange. Just because I'm too great, I assumed followers naturally gathered to worship me. TSK. Now it seems I also ran this quest as I cleared from the 70th to the 80th floors. Yes. That pillar, or whatever said it, erases memories. After clearing the stages, my memories were strangely distorted. As a result, I successfully created followers and the Sword Emperor's followers came into being, but I had slickly forgotten the process itself. It sounded plausible. As the origin story of the Sword Emperor's followers was unintentionally revealed, the Wand of Ages opened its lips. Normally, from the 70th to the 80th floor are extremely difficult challenges. Unless it's a special case, hunters from the same tower as the challenger are chosen as examiners, and usually the challenger doesn't get along with those hunters. They're hell-bent on making the challenger fail. Even the most skilled hunters usually fail here, or they wander around for hundreds of years. But maybe, for the Death King, the story might be different. Indeed, the magician also explained the gimmick of the stage to the Crusader. Initially puzzled and tilting her head in confusion, the Crusader quickly grasped the situation. So, in short, if I worship Kim Gongja as a god, then clearing the 71st floor is simple, she deduced. The magician nodded. That's right, my child. Is there any particular condition required to serve a constellation? For example, does one need to worship sincerely, from the bottom of their heart, or offer their soul, for it to be considered as serving? No. If the Death King struggles on the 71st floor and you acknowledge that it's enough, then that's the end of it. Good. The Crusader turned to look at me. Gongja. Yes. Take a good look at my face. Her expression was as serious as ever. My name is Patricia, the very person who will make you a god. I will gratefully acknowledge it. What is this? I don't expect anything from you. Go to the 71st floor and live as you wish. No, just breathing is fine too. If it's just breathing, anyone can succeed without fail.
Don't worry.
I will make you a god. Why is it that despite her expression and tone being so earnest somehow, it makes me want to poke at her heart and immediately start a petty quarrel? Even if you engage in foolish acts, I will still accept you as a god. After all, that too is a form of God. Looks like we really did become true friends. Huh? The first candidate for followership was extraordinary indeed.